Chapter 293. The two of them revealed a look of relief. That was Big Sister's style. Hey, don't tell me you're really afraid. Only the lady saw a blur. In the eyes of the others, Tang Tian's palm disappeared in the air. Tang Tian's loud voice came out from afar. Everyone who passed by looked over in astonishment. He was being teased. Blood Speaker Ari Zeke, hailed as the strongest Blood Meridian's Grandmaster in the past 1,000 years, was ranked 4th. With such a master, no matter where he was, he would definitely be dazzling. Blood Speaker Ari Zeke. The sturdy man was shocked. Don't tell me his Blood Speaker Ari Zeke's student. He looked at the lady's back and shouted, hey, woman, let's just fight, okay? Don't be afraid, I'll let you win. One hand. You're not even willing to do that. Deep breath, don't bother with him. Wait for the mission to be completed. The lady's anger had already calmed down, and she regained her composure. We need to leave for Lupu's constellation tonight. This mission is extremely important, we cannot fail. Did you forget about the disaster 200 years ago? Ari Zeke died so tragically that his students were implicated, and a few of them did not even know about it. Those that were lucky enough to survive would definitely not dare to show their faces. The Onyx Soul Horseman sighed, but immediately laughed. Old Man Fei's standard is still very powerful. The Grey Swan Blood Meridians should not be a problem for him. After relaxing, the sturdy man could not help but ask, is that old man really that powerful? Even if Old Man Fei missed him, he could still find other Blood Meridians experts. The Onyx Soul Horseman jumped up and exclaimed, Clan Union and Honorable Martial Alliance. What a huge commotion this time. Hey, woman, are you afraid? The orangutan young man in front of him was not moved, and a low and stern voice came out from behind the mask. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yes. The lady said indifferently, this is a tough battle, we need to be in our best condition to face this battle. It's not worth wasting energy on this guy. After walking out of Old Man Fei's street, the Onyx Soul Horseman could not help but ask, Big Sister, why didn't you? Although the Onyx Soul Horseman did not agree with it, to him, Lupu's constellation did not have any experts, but he did not dare to go against Big Sister, and said, so that's how it is. The woman nodded. That's good. Once the mission is over, I'll deal with this matter. Old Man Fei knew that Belle was experienced and knowledgeable, his eyes were sharp, and immediately became worried. Then what do we do? The two men beside her quietly pulled away from the Big Sister. They looked at each other with a strange expression on their faces. When the two of them heard Tang Tian's words, they immediately felt that it was absurd. The first thought that appeared in their minds was that this guy was dead for sure. As expected, Big Sister was clearly furious. Killing intent emanated from her body, causing the two of them to tremble in fear. They hurriedly distanced themselves from her lest they were met with misfortune. Especially the burly man, he had long forgotten about his own internal injuries and carefully followed behind. The lady hesitated. She suddenly felt that if she were to leave like this, she might not be able to see Old Man Fei again. But when she thought about the mission, she threw all these distracting thoughts to the back of her head. Why don't you go to our place? Belle glanced at Tang Tian and threw out a suggestion. The burly man immediately shook his head. Don't worry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Let's go. She threw out that sentence and flew forward. The burly man's face was filled with disbelief. Even a grand disciple shouldn't be so unknown. Big Sister even said if we don't win or die, if I drag them down, I'm afraid I'll be the first to be killed. But if I fail this mission, then I won't have the chance to make a comeback. Tang Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. His body subconsciously leaned forward, like a cheetah ready to pounce. His entire body had already adjusted to the most coordinated state. The Onyx Soul Horseman was unsatisfied. Don't tell me you doubt my standard. With Sai Lei's experience, Tang Tian had long known how to seduce people like Old Man Fei. I'll build you the most advanced workshop. At least 100 million star coins. Just like a gust of wind. Although it was surprising, but it made Tang Tian's fighting intent even higher. The lady clenched her teeth and secretly swore in her heart. No. The Onyx Soul Horseman shook his head. When the two of them were disappointed, he said, "It's a grand disciple. Old Man Fei's teacher is Ari Zeke's youngest student." Even when the lady heard that name, she stopped in her tracks. "Only by fighting with a true expert can I truly improve." A cold voice sounded out. The lady's figure flashed, she blocked in front of Tang Tian, killing intent coiling around her body. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. Seeing that the lady was about to leave, Tang Tian panicked and shouted towards the lady's back view. "Hey, woman, are we not fighting anymore?" The sound of defeat rang out. The burly man's body trembled, as though he was drunk and was pushed by someone. He took a few steps forward before stabilizing himself, and his face was unnaturally flushed red. His bell-like eyes revealed a tinge of fear. The spiraling chi drilled into his body, and even with layers of true power defense, he was unable to block it. The lady was seething with anger, her hands tightly holding onto the sword hilt. Because she was using too much strength, her knuckles had turned white. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's body was boiling, his eyes firmly locked onto the lady. She turned her head and asked the burly man, "Your injuries? Why aren't we fighting?" Tang Tian stood up, with a blank face, he scratched his head, he was completely unclear of the situation. Just now, everyone was still in a state of mutual hostility, who knew that the lady would suddenly stop fighting. Then, what made the two of them feel inconceivable was that Big Sister actually did not turn around to fight back. Old Man Fei's residence. "Asshole, I will definitely kill you personally." Tang Tian completely did not know what the lady was thinking. The aura that she released was extremely unique. Tang Tian's heart was filled with anticipation as he prepared to experience it. He did not expect that the lady would stop fighting just like that. Tang Tian's curiosity was immediately aroused, causing him to feel unspeakably uncomfortable. He was a young man who was destined to become the strongest martial artist. With that, the lady walked straight out of the door. What true power was that? The burly man nodded his head. "Blood Speaker's grand disciple, that is natural." The lady did not expect that. Not only was Tang Tian not afraid, but his fighting intent was even higher. The Tang Tian in front of her was like a regiment of blazing flames. She felt threatened, her body slightly leaned forward, her right hand unknowingly was already holding onto the sword hilt at her waist. The face under the sunglasses was not clear, her entire person releasing a biting cold aura. Old Man Fei's heart palpitated. To him, Yong'an City was not a place that he was too attached to. His current state of mind was completely focused on Tang Tian's blood meridians, and he was very familiar with Belle. He knew she would not cheat him. Old Man Fei hesitated for a while. "Then your blood meridians must definitely be given to me for research." Tang Tian was not afraid, instead he was even more eager to be able to exchange blows with an expert. To him, it was originally filled with temptation. He knew his own strength. Compared to a true expert, he was still far from it. He was not afraid of others being stronger than him, nor was he afraid of being beaten like a dog. This young man never lacked the courage to chase after others. Suddenly, the lady straightened her body. The biting cold aura just now disappeared without a trace. She did not even look at Tang Tian, her snow-white fingers pushed her sunglasses, and said indifferently, "Mr. Fei did not mean it, it is such a pity, but I believe that we will have the opportunity to work together in the future, sorry for the disturbance. This mission is so important." The Onyx Soul Horseman was taken aback. Hearing that, Tang Tian reacted, nodding his head, that's right. Come to our place. Your safety is guaranteed. If you can't win, then die." Her heart surged with a strong impulse. Immediately turn around, cut this asshole into pieces, and feed him to the dog. The lady's calm words caused their hearts to tremble. Your Excellency's methods are ruthless. He did not care about anything else, and hurriedly mobilized the true power in his body to block the extremely sharp true power. Tang Tian was actually surprised. His hand blade just now actually only caused the opponent to suffer light injuries. The big guy's body was much stronger than what he had imagined. His silver spirit spiraling energy was like a high-speed revolving drill. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. "Let me use one hand, no problem." Tang Tian agreed without hesitation. "I also want to know what blood meridians it has." The lady's expression behind the sunglasses became extremely ugly. She clenched her fists tightly, her entire body releasing a cold chi. The two beside her knew that Big Sister was furious, and kept quiet out of fear. Tang Tian, who was behind the mask, excitedly licked his lips. But what made Tang Tian truly excited was the unique chi that the opponent was releasing. It was like the chi of a sword, but also like the chi of a spear. It was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a unique chi. He was extremely familiar with the two types of chi, Crane trained in the sword, Ling Shu trained in the spear, but Tang Tian never thought that the chi of the sword and the spear could actually be mixed together. This was an unexpected harvest, to be able to kidnap a blood meridian specialist, such a good thing. Where else could he find it? He had to thank those three fellows. They were really good people. Old Man Fei's face was covered in tears. Tyrant, we are finally friends. Seeing that, the other two immediately followed. Belle, who was at the side, heaved a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes, using her hands to cover her face. She had decided in her heart, in the future, she would never go out with her boss. The lady's footsteps became messy. She did not expect to meet such a high-grade existence like Tang Tian. The Onyx Soul Horseman snorted. Although this Old Man Fei is not famous, but he has a big background, just that not many people know about it. I spent a lot of effort to find out. 200 years ago, there was a Blood Meridian's Grandmaster, Rezeku. Have you heard of him? Very strong. No. The sturdy man waved his hands. Interesting. The lady naturally heard his uneasiness, and said indifferently, our enemies this time are the Clan Union and the Honorable Martial Alliance. He was actually being taken advantage of. Old Man Fei immediately said, the money has to be calculated separately too. Kai. This. They will not let this go. Belle reminded, these people's background is not simple. The lady in front of him was stronger than the big man. In the next moment, her hand chopped the back of the sturdy man. The silver spirit spiraling energy gushed out along the palm. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. Never. Chapter 294. In the past, there had never been such a situation. Ling Shu wanted to remove the sheep horn wind bells a few times, but he did not do so. It was definitely the sheep horn wind bells doing. Time was like water, the Big Dipper changed, and in the end, things and people changed. As strong as Master, he could not withstand the erosion of time, and the heavenly crane had fallen to such a state. Time had its ups and downs, everything had its ups and downs, nothing was eternal, only time, only the starry sky. Heavenly Crane Sword Principle. Crane did not know what Yunduo was thinking, but for some reason, he thought of Tang Tian. Who knows where that rascal ran off to? He shook his head and laughed. Yunduo was stunned. Time is eternal, life is small but not inferior. He suddenly turned and smiled. Xiao Duo, you definitely know where Wu Tai Yu is. Until today's breakthrough, did the pressure disappear? All sorts of sprints. Thank you, Aunt, for your concern. Please send my regards to Aunt. In the past, Crane had a lot of opinions about his powerful aunt. Regarding the matter between his mother and father in the past, his aunt had tried to obstruct them. If not for him staring at the sky, no one would have noticed Heavenly Crane constellation. When Crane opened his eyes again, the sky was close to dawn. His head of silver hair had actually once again become jet black. His silver hair was caused when he was young and did not cultivate properly, which resulted in it. Now that the obstruction was gone, his silver hair became jet black again. Thinking about his teacher, Ling Shu dispelled that thought. 2 days ago, when he saw Tang Yi leading his team and brandishing his blade, Ling Shu was stunned. The spear was a natural weapon for the battlefield, even his pointed sea spears had many of such techniques. But at this time, Heavenly Crane constellation was completely boiling. She had seen Master Crane many times, and in the past, he was suave and gentle, but there was always a gloomy air between his brows, and now, his brows were relaxed, his expression calm, and his eyes as deep as the stars. The distant horizon of the desert was dyed with a layer of gold, and the sky was bright. Teacher also has his sheep horn wind bells. I wonder if it is this. Heavenly Crane Sword Principle, the true top-grade inheritance of the Crane sect, and only the sect leaders could train in it. But, this sword manual principle was the earliest to be lost, and was the true reason for heavenly crane constellation's decline. Finally, he didn't drag them down too much. Because only the heavenly crane sword principle could activate the saint treasure of the heavenly crane constellation, the crane sword. The crane sword in his hand hummed lightly, as though it could feel the fighting intent in Crane's heart. It was excited and trembling. But after an hour, he actually didn't make any progress. The silver frost mount spear techniques and his own pointed sea spears were extremely similar, with only a slight difference. However, this slight difference made Ling Shu feel unusually awkward. He retracted his gaze and started to cultivate again. He couldn't be bothered with them. Today's cultivation mission wasn't completed yet. He activated Flamingo, intending to pick a place further away to practice his spear arts. Cloud was surprised by Crane's amicable expression. In her impression, young Master was extremely stubborn, especially towards Master. He was always cold and resistant. And the Master's personality was even more overbearing. If not for his own sister, he would have captured Crane long ago. The young lady looked at the refined young Master in front of her, her face blushing slightly. She bowed and said, "Master ordered this servant to come, is to remind young Master, this time it is a battle of strength. The situation is complicated, young Master needs to be careful." Shaking his head and laughing at himself, Crane's heart suddenly surged with a heroic spirit. Crane's mind was shaken. Elder Crane's face was covered with tears. "Little duo, long time no see." Crane was not surprised by the young lady's appearance, and smiled. That blade caused Ling Shu's blood to boil, his fighting intent ignited. The myriad of changes of the sword starts from one. This is the principle. In the dark of the night, on a tall sand dune about 5 li away from the tribe. Suddenly, Ling Shu noticed the sheep horn wind bells trembling slightly, as though there was an invisible force attracting it, causing it to tilt slightly. Yun Duo was startled, her expression changing. Crane, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. The night sky of the desert was filled with stars, vast and tranquil. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. The crane body in his body expanded and relaxed, containing a unique rhythm. The enemy hiding in the shadows heard the bird steps, and thought that Ling Shu was just going to rush forward again, but when he realized that the hooves did not stop, but instead increased in speed, his face changed. Until today, that thought could no longer be suppressed. The heavenly crane sword principle was lost, causing the crane sword to be shelved, and no one knew that the saint treasure of the heavenly crane constellation was not only a gold-ranked treasure, but a sword. Only he knew, the crane sword was unsealed. Countless thoughts surged forth like a tide. Crane then understood, the heavenly crane sword principle was not lost, it had always been in slumber inside the gold saint sword. A wave of cold and tranquil energy continuously flowed into Crane's body from the sword. Crane's ears seemed to ring out a clear cry of a crane, piercing through the clouds, like a sword cutting through the air. Maybe I should try out the spear techniques that appeared in my dreams. The grievances of the past were long gone. Every time this happened, a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling would always float up from the bottom of Ling Shu's heart. Ling Shu warned himself with all his might, it was just a dream, but the feeling was so clear, so real. But at the moment, his state of mind was extremely calm. The increase in his strength caused his vision and heart to be even broader than before. And after meeting Tang Tian and the rest, he finally understood what it meant by there would always be someone stronger than you. Ling Shu, that lunatic's strength was not inferior to his, and his improvement speed was astonishing. And Tang Tian, that freak, his improvement was even more unimaginable, causing people to be flabbergasted. It was as though he had walked out of a painting. After practicing the pointed sea spears for over 10 years, it was already ingrained into his bones. To want to change, it was extremely difficult. Ling Shu's eyes squinted. There's someone. The crane soared on Crane's knees, sensed his chi, and lit up with a faint gold light aura. It was the countless of dazzling lives that formed the magnificent river of man on heaven and earth. Some of the techniques he was very familiar with. He did not see. The crane soared on his knees, suddenly blossomed with a gold light crane, struggled out of the gold light, and entered the sky, and the heavenly crane constellation suddenly lit up, and immediately returned to normal. This caused the prideful crane to feel an immense pressure. The relationship between both parties had always been stiff. A human's life, under the starry sky, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But the dazzling life was bestowed with another kind of eternity. Ling Shu tried for an hour, but was still unable to do it, and could not help but shake his head. His training schedule was packed, and he did not have time to waste. There were many times, when Ling Shu was distracted while training, he would subconsciously imitate the silver frost mounts in his dreams. Everyone who was born would begin to walk towards death. 10 years of life, compared to the living things in heaven and earth, was considered short. The shroud of death, the shortness of life, the ruthlessness of time, could cause the life energy to blossom so dazzling. That fellow broke through. Cloud's mind floated this sentence, and when she reacted, her face flushed red. Ling Shu glanced at the sand dune, and coincidentally saw the light aura that shot into the sky. There were times when she knew that the spear needed to be deflected, but the spear tip would forcefully return to its original trajectory. She had personally witnessed the scene, and her heart was extremely shocked. Seems like it was really just a dream. The silver figure in the dream seemed to be training continuously. Since the start, Tang Tian had always given him an immense pressure. That fellow's jaw-dropping improvement speed made Crane feel the formless pressure for the first time. Among the disciples of the Crane sect, he was the first, pulling far ahead of the rest. After hesitating for a long time, Ling Shu finally decided to give it a try, but he did not want to be discovered, so he urged Flamingo, and walked for a few li, before stopping. He chose a direction opposite of Crane, which was a few li away from the stronghold. With Tang Yi guarding the stronghold, he was relatively assured, if anything happened, the few li of distance, to him, could be covered in a blink of an eye. The Crane body in his body was growing and multiplying, countless comprehensions. When the conditions were right, success would follow. Heavenly Crane constellation was flourishing. The child of the past had already grown up. Since he had decided to imitate the silver frost mounts in the dream, he abandoned all other distracting thoughts, and focused on recalling the techniques of the silver frost mounts in the dream. What is eternal? For the entire night, Crane was digesting the Heavenly Crane Sword principle. The various martial techniques and mental cultivation techniques of the Crane sect were all extremely familiar to him, and he had never slacked off, bitterly training and thinking, accumulating and accumulating. Comparing it to the sword principle, the countless obstacles were suddenly solved. The silver figures in the dream would often display similar spear techniques. But, even if the silver frost mounts were alone, when they brandished their silver spears, their imposing manner surpassed Tang Yi. The wild and cold killing chi naturally flowed out. Crane smiled, he stood up, the wind blowing his black hair like a waterfall. His face was as flawless as jade, the black robes on his body fluttering. As though he was riding the wind, he did not look like he was in the mortal world. Crane's heart was like the sea of stars in the sky, tranquil without any ripples. There was no excitement from breaking through. The starry sky in front of him shook his soul. The sky was boundless, the stars were like the sea. Then billions of years ago, was the sky like that? In front of the starry sky, humans were so small, the so-called grand ambitions were just like passing clouds. Crane's heart was filled with emotions, the true power in his body, his chi was stirred, circulating unceasingly. What was the heavenly Crane? It did not seek material desires, was not tainted by dust, was not clouded by the state of mind. Inside, it was clear and peaceful. Outside, it roared and struck the clouds. There were 2 types of saint swords. One was the saint treasure sword, the other was the saint bestowal sword. Not good. I was discovered. Congratulations, young master. A young lady wearing a veil appeared, bowed to Crane, and said respectfully, all the treasures of the heavenly Crane constellation, regardless if they were bronze or silver ranked, all lit up with a faint light aura. Such a scene had never happened before in the heavenly Crane constellation. Yun Duo revealed a look of joy, and immediately said, if Master knew of young Master's achievements, she would definitely be extremely happy. Bang! Ling Shu slowly activated Flamingo. He looked at the faint light in the sky, feeling that morning was approaching, the sun was about to rise from the ground, and all the plants and living things were longing for the sun to descend. For some reason, for the past few days, the strange song and the silver figures kept appearing in his dream. Crane felt as though he was standing on top of the sea of clouds, a thin and unsophisticated figure with a sword on his back. The sand dune in front of him suddenly exploded. Crane did not care about being excited, he calmed himself down, and carefully memorized every word. Chapter 295. He couldn't restrain himself and decided to explore the jackal tribe at night. However, he wasn't an impulsive person, so he made up his mind to leave as soon as he touched them. He was full of confidence in his Qinggong, and felt that even if he could not win, escaping should not be a problem. This, Polar Freezer, is from the South Pole constellation, Southern Sky rank, Silver rank. It was a must-have item for bloodline specialists. It was most suitable for preserving all kinds of bloodline specimens. Its lowest temperature could reach -100 degrees Celsius. Even if the bloodline specimen was placed in there for 10,000 years, it would definitely not spoil. Definitely a fair price, 2 million star coins, an opportunity. As he ran for 70 miles, his internal injuries worsened. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This time, he had gone too far. The injuries on his body would most likely take at least 2 months to heal. This time, he would have to suffer another punishment from his master. The shop owner introduced, "This, light catcher mirror, is not bad, Silver rank. Although the microscopium is Southern Sky rank, it is quite practical. 2 million star coins." Ling Shu knew that this was the best opportunity. Gathering his remaining strength, he let out a long howl. Huai Bai Hua had already rushed to Hua Yang's side. He checked Hua Yang's breathing and revealed a sad expression. He raised his head and said, "Your Excellency is ruthless." The sound of the wind chimes was strange. Seeing this, the shop owner no longer hesitated. "Please wait." The shop owner sucked in a breath of cold air. This attitude was simply that of a nouveau riche. He gritted his teeth and said, "My shop does have a treasure, but the price is a bit high." Treasures that could be used on blood meridians were extremely rare, and gold-ranked treasures were things that Old Man Fei never dared to think about. When he gradually calmed down, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was too expensive. 300 million star coins, it actually cost 300 million star coins. What entered everyone's vision was a golden triangular plate. The shape was similar to Old Man Fei's triangular energy plate. He suddenly felt an extremely dangerous qi. Without thinking, his body instinctively leaned forward, the silver spear in his hand released a cold aura, and suddenly exploded into a pointed sea spear. Under the shop owner's anxious gaze, Old Man Fei put down the teacup, and coughed lightly. "Old Zhong, you only have these goods. 2 practical items are enough. Using all of these doesn't suit a bloodline specialist of my level." Ling Shu, who was on the fiery bird, remained unmoved. His mind was still immersed in that spear, and he had actually unintentionally executed a move that had appeared in his dreams. The drop of silver liquid that had been produced in his body was surprisingly compatible with this spear. The silver aura was so cold that it froze Hua Yang's meridians. He stood rooted to the ground like an ice sculpture. A strange silver aura rose from the depths of his body and quickly spread throughout his body. The green-robed young man who was running for his life was Huai Bai Hua's disciple, Hua Yang. Huai Bai Hua had the support of Onyx Soul, and thus had the qualifications to compete. Hua Yang's confidence was boosted. Although he knew that Tang Tian and the other 2 were very strong, when he remembered that Tang Tian and the other 2 were about the same age as him, he felt that even if they were stronger than him, it wouldn't be by much. Then, their fragile hearts were completely destroyed by Tang Tian's next words, which were even more brutal and cruel. Even if he threw in all the star coins he had, Tang Tian would not even frown. The gold treasure tool was beyond his imagination, but its price was also beyond his imagination. His voice traveled far. Gold energy plate, from Triangulum constellation, treasure tool, gold rank, extremely rare, 300 million star coins. Old Man Fei, who was extremely happy, nodded his head, with the demeanor of a Blood Meridian's Grandmaster. It can shorten the refining time by quite a bit. Old Man Fei's breathing suddenly became rough, his gaze not willing to move away from the gold energy plate. Gold treasure tool, a rare gold treasure tool. Take a look. Tang Tian was straightforward. Ling Shu then awoke from his daze. Looking at the person in front of him, he squinted his eyes and said, "Heaven Hook Huai Bai Hua?" The shop owner was trembling with excitement. using all his skills, he started to recommend it to Old Man Fei. If he were to miss such an opportunity, his conscience would definitely be punished. Old Man Fei extended his hand towards the teacup. The shop owner looked at it, and without saying a word, his private collection of tea leaves, which he was usually unwilling to drink, was now offered up. In the past, when Old Man Fei came to drink tea, giving him a cup of water depended on his mood. After settling Old Man Fei, Tang Tian still had one more thing to do, and that was to buy a few suitable star treasures. A light sound rang out beside his ear. The true power that had drilled into his meridians exploded like glass, specks of silver aura like stars, sprinkling into his meridians. The shop owner was overjoyed, but his heart was filled with disdain. This old man with rosacea was acting like a dog. Humph, just a few days ago he came to the shop and still wanted to buy on credit. This was truly a change of fortune. No one could stop it. This thigh that he was relying on seemed to be unfathomably thick. Lowering his body, the flamingo he was riding suddenly lowered, and with a loud rumble, he charged forward. Just at this time, a long whistle sounded out from afar, and a figure flew over at an astonishing speed. "I'll buy it." Tang Tian was the same as before, waving his hand, brimming with the air of a nouveau riche entering the city. The blood meridian's mystery most likely involved his past, and involved the bastard man who abandoned his wife and son. The leader of the three, Tang Tian, how strong was he? The opponent had arrived at the camp and was about to escape. His tense state of mind had relaxed. This was the best opportunity. Buy. Tang Tian waved his hand, showing his wealth. Boss Zhong almost spat his saliva on Old Man Fei's face. "Before today, Old Man Fei, what level did you have?" After a while, he took out a bronze box that looked like it had been around for a long time. He carefully placed the bronze box on the table, and opened it even more carefully. Spending less money meant that the time needed to decipher it had to be delayed, and Tang Tian was naturally unhappy. Hua Yang, who was overjoyed, then realized that Ling Shu was sprinting, and his face changed. Old Man Fei looked at Tang Tian with a face of longing. Pa. He still had some money, but other than the bleeding cat blade scythe, he did not have any other suitable star treasures. The star treasures that the Honorable Martial Alliance sold were expensive, and were not suitable for him to use. He came to Yong'an City to see if he could buy one or two treasures that he liked. The spear aura clashed with the fan aura, and his face changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, as though he had suffered a heavy blow, and his speed of retreating increased exponentially. Such generosity, such boldness, my God, let's have a few of them every day. Ling Shu did not make a sound, but the speed of flamingo under him increased again without a sound. The opponent was extremely vigilant. He thought that the spear was in the bag, but he did not expect that it would be blocked by the opponent. He did not expect that among the three, Ling Shu would be so powerful. That spear, if not for his quick reaction, and without hesitation, he would have lost his life. That's true. Tang Tian agreed. He pointed to the star treasures on the table, and said impolitely, "You only have these." In the midst of the yellow sand, a silver light aura quietly appeared. He did not expect that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. In one move, he was already injured. Bye. Tang Tian waved his hand. The spear aura behind him broke through the air, but it was different from before. It had a melodious wind chime sound. This chase lasted for 70 li. You are a blood meridian specialist. This thought surfaced in his mind, and a cold and wild true power pierced into his body from his back. His attention was unprecedentedly focused, quietly closing in on Flamingo, and brazenly sprinted forward. The shop owner saw Tang Tian's posture. "Oh my, the big boss is here." Old Man Fei had turned the tables. His face was full of smiles. "Old Fei, look at this triangular deflection plate. It is most suitable for extracting and separating blood meridians, from Triangulum Australe constellation, southern sky grade, silver rank. Only 5 million star coins. To unravel the mystery of blood meridians, star coins were nothing." The voice beside his ear made him feel as though he was struck by lightning. The green-robed young man in front of him had a pale face. Ling Shu's spear just now had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Adding on the fact that he had been sprinting with true power, his injuries became even more serious. Ling Shu had wandered for a long time, and his experience was not something that Tang Tian could compare with. Upon hearing it, he knew that the opponent was calling for help. Tang Tian's ferocious hoodlum was completely exposed. But at that moment, his eyes revealed a look of relaxation. He had finally escaped with his life. Old Man Fei's triangular energy plate was destroyed. He also needed a suitable treasure, so he followed Tang Tian's bell. The three of them were dumbstruck. 10 million star coins, without even blinking, was spent just like that. Until now, Ling Shu then clearly saw the person who was hiding in the shadows. It was actually a young man about the same age as him. The crescent moon sank into the sea of stars. The opponent's light body technique was outstanding. Although Flamingo sprinted forward, it was unable to close the distance between them. But Ling Shu was not anxious at all. No matter how powerful the opponent's light body technique was, his true power was not limitless. And Flamingo was most proficient in long-distance raids. As long as he had enough star rocks, he could sprint all the way. As long as he followed the opponent, when the opponent's true power was exhausted, that would be the time for Ling Shu to attack. Huai Baihua's eyes were about to pop out, and he let out a sorrowful cry. Ling Shu muttered to himself. Tang Tian looked at Old Man Fei. The figure behind the sand dune frantically retreated, but the silver aura seemed to suddenly explode in front of him, a burst of fierce and sharp qi, headed straight for his face. This person was shocked. Between life and death, he flipped the folding fan in his hand, bringing forth a dazzling multicolored fan aura, blocking in front of him. Ling Shu was indifferent, and said, "Victory or defeat in the battlefield is just an honorable. If you're afraid of death, why come? It's good that you're here. It saves me the trouble of finding you. I'll settle you. It's one less trouble." Old Man Fei reluctantly retracted his gaze. On the sand dune, Ling Shu looked at the frantically sprinting figure. His orange-red eyes were ice-cold. Could it be that the techniques in the dream were all real? Want to run? Old Man Fei stared at Tang Tian anxiously. Ling Shu's body trembled, and Flamingo retreated 7 steps before stabilizing itself. Flamingo's head was not big, and its body was not sturdy, but its speed was extremely fast, and the flames on its body formed a long fiery tail. Ling Shu, who was on the back of the bird, did not move an inch. Other than the killing intent on his face, there were no ripples. "I'll buy," Tang Tian agreed. But, to be able to see it, it was good enough. Old Man Fei leisurely drank his tea, his face full of satisfaction. In front of him were a few silver treasures. The reason why he brought Tang Tian to this shop was because he heard that Old Zhong had a treasure that he could not bear to take out normally. But he never thought that Old Zhong's treasure was actually a gold-ranked treasure. A crescent-like crescent killed its way into the sea of stars. Hua Yang clenched his teeth. He wanted to use the same trick again, but in the next moment, his soul flew away. The true power in his body seemed to have fallen asleep and was unable to be activated. "Is one enough? Let's look again, see if we can buy a few more. Boss, do you have any more?" He did not even spend 10 million star coins, so Tang Tian was not satisfied. Blood meridians, mechanisms, whatever, Tang Tian did not understand, but he knew one thing: you get what you pay for. Sai Lei's mechanical techniques, where he had to spend money, Tang Tian would never discount. Furthermore, Old Man Fei's workshop was related to the mystery of the blood meridians in his body. Chapter 296. Ambitious and ruthless person. You should rub your chin, with a face full of regret, and say what a pity. Since it's like that, I will just buy a few. The heavens have pity on me. Bell immediately injected a strand of true power into Old Man Fei's body. Old Man Fei finally woke up, and the first thing he said was to stammer to Tang Tian, "Master, are you really buying it for me?" Old Man Fei nodded his head in agreement. He felt that Old Zhong's words were exactly what he was thinking, and immediately said, "Master, with this gold energy plate, it is enough." But thinking about it, he did not know how to spend it, and did not know how to spend it. He turned to Bell and said, "Wake him up." Tang Tian did not care much about the 1.5 billion, but he cared about whether or not he could solve the blood meridians mystery. He decided to first give the unreliable blood meridians specialist a wake-up call. Is this guy even reliable or not? Old Man Fei immediately fainted again. Even Bell's hand could not help but tremble. As expected, Old Man Fei was excited to the point of tears and mucus. Even the white hair on his head was steaming. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Tang Tian still had some surplus. 2 billion. Buy it for me, buy it for me. He willingly expressed his loyalty, a person who no one had ever paid attention to suddenly receive such respect. He was already satisfied. Belle immediately pulled Old Man Fei, and followed behind Tang Tian. Old Man Fei laughed foolishly. Upon thinking about the gold energy plate, he was extremely happy, extremely satisfied. Old Man Fei's eyes darkened, and almost fainted again. Tang Tian looked ahead, and said, "For a star treasure used by a blood meridian specialist, where can I buy it?" No, Old Man Fei was no longer poor, he had struck it rich. Tang Tian ignored Old Man Fei, and directly asked Old Zhong, "You really don't have it?" "No." Tang Tian said without hesitation. "I, Old Man Fei, have finally met a wise master." Thinking about all these years of mocking and ridicule, there was finally someone who recognized his worth, and valued him. It was not empty words, but real gold and white teeth of 300 million star coins. Even before the laboratory was completed, the owner was already willing to invest 300 million star coins. It could be seen how much the owner valued him and how much trust he had in him. Not necessarily, but not by much. Old Man Fei rubbed his palms together. He had been here for so long, how would he not know what family was hiding? The warning words entered Old Man Fei's ears, causing his face to turn white. With a howl, he fainted again. It was rumored that all ambitious and ruthless people had superb acting skills. Suddenly, Old Man Fei spoke. "Master, we are not going to the Sky Treasure Room." Tang Tian snorted coldly. "Don't count on luck. Think about it carefully. What are you going to buy with the remaining 2 billion? No matter what, I have to spend this 2 billion today." Thinking about it, Old Man Fei did not know what the master had the final say. Blood Meridian's research was always full of coincidences. Master has the final say. Old Man Fei raised his head. How much does Master intend to spend? The adults have the final say. What would the 5 billion laboratory be like? Old Zhong's heart was already filled with admiration for Tang Tian. Look at him, his actions, his tone, how determined. It was simply powerful and resonating. It was sufficient to show his determination. It was as firm as steel. What else did it mean? It meant that he valued Old Man Fei, respected Old Man Fei, and was a trusted aide. This breadth of mind, this boldness, these methods, the bespectacled orangutan young man, in Old Zhong's heart, immediately became tall and deep. Even the ugly orangutan mask, the absurd spectacles, suddenly became stylish and meaningful. This ambitious and ruthless person. Your lines are wrong. At that time, he gave Sai Lei and Bing roughly 3 billion, 2 purple gold grade cards, spending 500 million, adding the star rocks used for training. Tang Tian had roughly 5 billion left. Tang Tian's simple thinking was, 500 million was definitely faster than 300 million, and 5 billion was definitely faster than 500 million. Old Zhong was filled with admiration for Tang Tian's methods. If it was previously when Tang Tian said such bold words, Old Man Fei would feel that he only knew how to boast and was not reliable. But after spending 300 million to say such words, it was truly a good method. Tang Tian said in a deep voice, "You better think about it now. What treasures can shorten the time you need to unravel the blood meridians?" What treasures? He did not want to think about it. This 5 billion. He planned to invest it all into the blood meridians laboratory. Old Man Fei's face was covered in tears. "Tyrant, we don't want to be friends anymore. Go to Sky Treasure Room." Tang Tian said. "Buy for me." Thinking about Sai Lei's laboratory and Bing's training camp, he spent 3 billion in one go. Old Man Fei's blood meridians laboratory, even if he spent 5 billion, it would still be the same. Old Man Fei was startled, his face became even redder, and his body trembled even more. A tyrant who threw out 300 million star coins in one go would definitely not come to his small shop. Those who worked in small shops were all poor wretches like Old Man Fei. With a flip of the hand, it was like the clouds. With a flip of the hand, it was like the rain. Old Man Zhong praised in his heart, and immediately cooperated. Master must be joking. For such a gold-treasured weapon, How can it be so easily found? This is also Old Man Fei's good luck, to meet a master with such foresight. Money lost can be earned again. Sky Treasure Room. That place was so expensive that it made people's hair stand on end. He had never been there before, only high-end treasures were sold there. Belle, who was beside him, jumped in fright, and immediately picked it up. Checking it, she heaved a sigh of relief. I was just too excited, and fainted. Acting. Continue acting. Your acting is so real. The pitiful Old Man Fei used his poor and pitiful imagination, and could not imagine what a 1.5 billion laboratory would look like. Old Man Fei had always been at the bottom. He trembled. Master, enough. This item was enough. Master has so much trust in Old Man Fei. Old Man Fei will definitely not. Old Man Fei finally recovered from Tang Tian's threat. He could tell, the master was definitely not joking. If he did not complete the task, then he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Hearing the unkind tone in the master's voice, Old Man Fei immediately kept quiet out of fear. Tang Tian raised his hand, cutting off Old Man Fei's words, and turned to ask Boss Zhong, "Are there any other treasures of this grade?" Old Man Fei's eyes were red, his killing intent soaring. Oh! Tang Tian retracted his gaze, his mind calculating how to throw in 1.2 billion. Best actor. Find me and ask me what counts. Tang Tian's tone was unkind. Why was this guy so stupid, only asking such meaningless questions? Boss Zhong was dumbstruck. Nonsense. Other than fighting, Tang Tian was definitely not a patient person. Why was this guy even more stupid than a Maori? Such a simple question, why did he have to ask it so many times? But 1.5 billion. Old Man Zhong felt as though he was witnessing the rise of an ambitious and ruthless person. Listening to him, without even blinking, he spent 300 million star coins for Old Man Fei, and even said he would buy more. How could this Old Man Fei not be dead set on him? What was that phrase again? A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Old Man Fei was truly giving his all. That's right. Tang Tian spat out 2 words. Finally asking a more reliable question, Tang Tian praised him. I intend to spend another 1.2 billion. He then added, but there are a few good auxiliary artifacts. There can't only be one secret room in the laboratory. Facing the master's gaze that looked like he was looking at an idiot, Old Man Fei's entire body started to tremble, a flush of red appearing on his face. Hearing the word Sky Treasure Room, Old Man Fei finally regained his senses, and asked in disbelief, Master, are we really going to Sky Treasure Room? Seeing Tang Tian straightforwardly taking out the card worth 300 million star coins, Old Man Zhong's mind was numb. 300 million star coins, if it was the item, it would be worth the price, but he had kept it for so many years, countless people drooled over it, but no one bought it. Then what was he hesitating for? 1.5 billion. But Tang Tian was not satisfied. Like the grade of the gold energy plate? Tang Tian was excited. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. Tang Tian panicked. Other than being dizzy, this guy kept asking idiotic questions. Maybe it was another person. Old Man Fei said embarrassedly, "Nope." He immediately explained, "Master, it's an unknown thing. To solve it, no one can say for sure." Old Man Zhong's heart was in turmoil, but his expression was firm. He said without hesitation, "Nope." The 3 of them walked on the street. Why? Tang Tian was taken aback. Old Man Fei muttered to himself, "What master says counts? What master says counts? Awoo." Tang Tian was surprised. "Even if I say it, it counts." Old Man Fei slowly woke up. The days of ups and downs, he felt that he was about to collapse. His face was bitter, and he asked pitifully, "Master, I don't want 1.5 billion, can I?" Tang Tian turned his head in astonishment. He did not expect Old Man Fei to ask such an idiotic question. After thinking for a while he replied, "To buy treasures for you. Let me say the ugly words first. I'm throwing 1.5 billion on you. You have to live up to this 1.5 billion. If you are slow, and can't get any results after half a day, humph humph." Old Man Fei was woken up again. The intense excitement rushed into his mind. He could no longer resist, and with a cry, he fainted. Boss Zhong looked at the empty shop, and could not react. "Master, Why are we going to Sky Treasure Room? Old Man Fei asked weakly. Wake him up. Tang Tian's tone was unkind again. Go. Tang Tian said, and straightforwardly turned around. Wake him up. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and said. But he did not know about the blood meridians before, but after knowing, it became the most important thing in his heart. Ambitious and ruthless. Old Man Fei hesitated for a while, then asked, Master, how long do you think is suitable? Old Man Fei had already regained his composure, stretching his head out, pulling back his head. He finally saw the situation clearly, and said, Master, although Sky Treasure Room's items are not bad, but it is too low value. Let's sweep through all the small shops in Yong'an City. Master, don't look at these small shops, but every shop will have 1 or 2 treasures. It will be more worth it than buying from Sky Treasure Room. Belle glanced at Old Man Fei, who was still immersed in joy, and quickly replied, Sky Treasure Room should have them, but I don't think there are many. Only Belle sensed that something was amiss. The reason why she could see it was because she knew, with the boss's intellect, it was basically impossible for him to buy people's hearts. He did not say anything. A nouveau riche bringing a country bumpkin would never be able to enter Sky Treasure Room. Chapter 297. Tang Tian immediately nodded his head. Good. Master is right. Looking at the other silver treasures, all of them were carefully selected by Old Man Fei, and were all extraordinary. Old Man Fei was so happy that he could not close his mouth. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. With these treasures, his Blood Meridian's laboratory would immediately become a first-rate laboratory. Hearing that, Belle went to open the door. In this small mountain of treasures, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the 3 gold shining treasures. He was full of initiative, but not cautious enough. Phoenix constellation belonged to the Southern Sky constellation, but was the strongest constellation in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations. This, Phoenix beam fire lamp, was the size of a palm. The Phoenix's entire body was golden, with beautiful colors. The Phoenix's mouth could spit out a Phoenix fire, but this Phoenix fire was not even 30 centimeters long, and was useless in battle. But to use it for Blood Meridian's experiments, it was extremely suitable. Refining, removing impurities etc., it had many uses. Lyra constellation belonged to the Northern Sky constellation. Ever since the Lyra dynasty was destroyed, Lyra constellation had never been able to recover, and it was rumored that the majority of Lyra constellation's treasures were sealed in the Lyra treasury. So when he saw the Lyra test tube, Old Man Fei was ecstatic. There was not just one Lyra test tube, but a set of 24, placed in a gold box with engravings of Lyra constellation patterns. The 24 test tubes were quietly arranged in the gold box, every test tube emitting a faint light aura. The light auras were all different, and had their own uses. Tang Tian was startled. Sky Treasure Room wanted to send him an invitation? He did not understand the situation, and said to Belle, let him in. Jumping back onto Flamingo, like a wild silver wind, he disappeared into the yellow sand. A line of blood suddenly appeared on his forehead. Following that, with an astonishing speed, it extended to both sides. The eye-catching line of blood split his body into 2. Young Master Xing? Old Man Fei secretly decided. Not simple. Xie Guangzhong was moved. To be able to recruit a silver onyx soul horse, this person is definitely not simple. That Blood Meridian's specialist surnamed Fei, I'm afraid he is not ordinary. 5 billion to build a Blood Meridian's laboratory. In the entire Yong'an City, there are only 3 of them. This young Master Xing is really ambitious. Xie Guangzhong was the head manager of Sky Treasure House. He had been in charge of Yong'an City's Sky Treasure House for 20 years. In these 20 years, he had been conscientious and did not dare to slack off. This was the first time the clan union had taken the initiative to stir up trouble, and everyone could sense that something was amiss. So powerful. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment before he said proudly, not bad, not bad. The manager of the Heavenly Treasure House is very smart. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring you to broaden your horizons. I've never been to such a high-end place. Lupu's constellation? Xie Guangzhong's gaze congealed. He had more insider information than others, and he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at Lupu's constellation. I am a deacon of Sky Treasure Room, The manager has specially ordered me to send an invitation to young Master Xing. The person outside said respectfully. Young Master Xing's background was not simple. Crane sect. Wu Taiyu's face was filled with confusion. He had heard of this sect before, it was very weak. But, Xie Guangzhong keenly noticed the information. You said they spent 1.5 billion to buy star treasures for Blood Meridian specialists. Old man Fei looked at the mountain of star treasures in front of him, and felt as though he was dreaming. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would be able to use the phrase mountain of star treasures. Master, I won't be going. Old man Fei shook his head. I'll tidy up the house for the next 2 days, so that when I leave, it will be more convenient. And I have some thoughts that I need to sort out. Yun Duo covered his mouth, his face filled with shock as he looked at the scene in front of him. Tang Tian casually chatted with him for a while, before the man took his leave. No matter what, I must quickly unravel the mystery of Master's blood meridians. Sky Treasure House walked the high-end route, and the high-end route selling method was naturally different from the low-end. Other than the gold energy plate, the other two were Phoenix Constellations, Phoenix Beam Fire Lamp, and Lyra Constellations, Lyra Test Tube. Do you have any clues about his background? Xie Guangzhong asked. Yes. The subordinate investigated very clearly, and said carefully, this person has an old man by his side, surnamed Fei. He is not famous, and has been in Yong'an City for over 10 years, but has always been mediocre. I do not know how he managed to trick young Master Xing, to gain his trust. Blood spurted out. He listened to his subordinate's report with a calm expression, and waited until the subordinate finished. He thought for a while, then said, You said they spent 1.5 billion in a day. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Then we'll wait for young Master the night after tomorrow. There will be a carriage coming to fetch young Master. Young Master can bring another 2 people to the banquet. Tang Tian then understood, and laughed out loud. Such a pity I've spent all my money. He took out an invitation card. The man opened his mouth at this time. This gold card is a small token from the manager. Please accept it, young Master. When Tang Tian said that, he did not have the slightest bit of shortness of breath. Instead, he was proud and confident. Wu Taiyu stared at the black-robed young man in front of him, and spoke with difficulty. You, who exactly are you? Although old Fei was not very reliable, but he was still very proactive in his work. Your subordinate will do it immediately. The subordinate understood. Although the Honorable Martial Alliance had not made a move yet, but Tang Tian had quietly created an army, which made the other 2 parties even more surprised, and the situation became even more confusing. Belle laughed bitterly. The master was so straightforward. If he met those people who liked to beat around the bush, she did not know what would happen. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally spent 1.5 billion. All right, there was nothing else for him to do, although old Fei did not seem too reliable, but Tang Tian did not plan to interfere. The one who came in was a man of about 30 years of age, with a respectful demeanor. My humble house will have a banquet the night after tomorrow. I heard that young Master Xing has arrived at Yong'an City, and the manager specially instructed me to send an invitation card to young Master. I hope that young Master will give me the honor. There are no obvious clues. The subordinate hesitated for a while. I can find out. It seems like his Onyx soul horses are more interested in the matters of Lupu's constellation. Only the big powerhouses and aristocratic families would pay attention to such a big situation. Xie Guangzhong laughed out loud. I'm afraid he is the star of star coins. Xie Guangzhong deduced that young Master Xing should be from a new family with abundant funds but not much accumulation. Young Master Xing's display of grandeur and ambition was also in line with the style of a new family. Ling Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His internal injuries were severe. Looking at Huai Baihua, who had transformed into a silver statue, he glanced at the distant cowering figure. His mouth was filled with ridicule and disdain. Walking to Huai Baihua, he skillfully stripped his body clean. Belle revealed a cautious posture. She walked to the door. Who is it? I am Crane, a disciple of the Crane sect. Crane's calm voice carried the wind into Wu Taiyu's ears. No business would dislike such a customer. Yes. His subordinate reported respectfully. Yong'an City's secret treasure business is going crazy. They bought 3 gold secret treasures, 6 silver secret treasures worth 50 million, 10 20 million secret treasures, and 10 small secret treasures worth 70 to 80 million. The total amount has reached 1.5 billion star coins. All of them are treasures used by Blood Meridian specialists. Other than us, all the treasures in the star treasure shops in Yongan City have been swept clean. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I think Master's actions these few days must have alarmed them. Belle laughed. They are doing business. Master is such a big customer. How can they ignore it? Onyx Soul, Honorable Martial Alliance, Clan Union, the 3 big powerhouses had maintained a tacit understanding for many years, and Lapu's constellation had the possibility of becoming the battlefield for the 3 big figures. Sky Treasure Room. Onyx Soul had already started to have many clan elders. The legend of Southern Cross constellation had spread throughout Onyx Soul overnight. Obviously there was someone secretly adding fuel to the fire. Sky Treasure Room? The subordinate immediately said, "This person's background is mysterious. He wears an orangutan mask, he is not old, so everyone calls him Young Master Xing." After thinking it through, Xie Guangzhong said, "There will be a banquet for this month the night after tomorrow. Send someone to send an invitation to Young Master Xing. Remember, also send a gold card, it can be used as a gift." But thinking about it, for a person who could spend 1.5 billion a day, how could he be simple? Tang Tian took it, opened the invitation. Inside it was a gold card. This kind of family was not rare, on the contrary, there were many of them in the past few years. He was extremely excited, although the master had threatened and warned him, but Old Man Fei was still dead set on him. Because of respect and trust, the master had his own requirements and considerations, but the master was willing to spend 1.5 billion on him. That was the trust in his own abilities, and that was more beneficial than anything else. Lapu's constellation was just a secluded corner of Heaven's Road, but it had already become the center of the struggle. Those who were interested in Lapu's constellation were definitely not small fries. "What's the meaning of this Sky Treasure Room?" Tang Tian asked curiously. 3 gold rank treasures, each of them was enough to support a Blood Meridian's laboratory. Thinking about his ambitions, Wu Taiyu's mouth was filled with bitterness. Tang Tian nodded his head and said, "Thank you, big manager. I will be troubling you the day after tomorrow." Just at this time, the bright red sun leaped out from behind the young man. These new families were the best customers. They were generous. As long as they could satisfy their needs, they would not care about the price. It was like a dream. Master's eyes are like a torch. His subordinate immediately flattered him. "There is another person beside Young Master Xing, called Belle. She is an Onyx Soul horse, silver rank. She used to be alone, but I do not know when she was recruited by this person." Belle said, "This gold card is a good thing. Sky Treasure Room is a membership system, and is not open to the public, only those with a card can enter. The gold card is much more valuable than a normal membership card. It has a series of privileges, and in Yongan City, it is a symbol of status. This card, if you put it out, there will be people willing to buy it for 20 million. Even the disciples of the big families, to have the authority to spend 1.5 billion a day, their position in the family would definitely not be low." Thinking about it, those big families were excluded by Xie Guangzhong. They rarely went outside to buy star treasures, they had their own ways, and would not go to those small shops. Chapter 298. Xiaoxue, are you hurt? A young man's panicked voice rang out. Light flashed. Arju slowly walked towards Tang Tian. "Oh, my God, look at that splashing gravy, splashing on the white tablecloth, as if there had been a muddy rainstorm. Then look at his crude movements. The knife stabbed into the elbow, and this barbarian actually cut off the bone." Tang Tian ate happily. Coming to this banquet was the right choice. This was simply a paradise for delicacies. Every type of food was delicious. The only thing that made him feel regretful was that the portions were too small. But this regret completely disappeared when he discovered the sauced pork knuckle. Young Master Xing, who was at the side, wore the ugly mask on his face, and what made it hard for everyone to accept was that he was currently engrossed in eating. Countless people exclaimed in admiration in their hearts when they saw this exquisite face. However, whenever their gazes fell on her side, the admiration on their faces would instantly turn into disgust. Belle could faintly feel the hostility the young lady had towards her, and after thinking for a while, she understood. The gazes of the surrounding youths fell on her from the beginning to the end. Presumably, the girl was a little jealous. Those who stood close to him could clearly hear the sound of bones being crushed by his teeth. The faces of these people turned a little ugly. They quietly distanced themselves from this terrifying beast. She couldn't help but look at Arju with sympathy. At this time, Belle would definitely not dodge to the side. She sat even straighter. Master. The subordinate was shocked, and immediately looked at Xie Guangzhong. The ripples around Tang Tian's body had already transformed into streams of air that revolved around Tang Tian at a high speed. Hissing sounds could be heard without end. Whoosh! He tossed the last pork elbow into his mouth. It was really a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Pa Tang Tian ignored the screaming girl in the gauze dress. He directly grabbed a pork knuckle and began to chomp on it as if there was no one else around. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Chew, chew. The sound of bones being crushed was like a sneer, and the middle-aged man's face immediately turned red. He was a reputable figure in Yong'an City. When had he ever received such treatment? Belle's smile was bewitching, but her heart was cold. The boss at the side was obviously enraged. Sir, aren't you being too cruel and merciless to treat a little girl like this? A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd with a gloomy expression. He was the youth's father, and the two families had an extremely good relationship. Now that little Snow was being bullied, he naturally had to stand up. Tang Tian continued to chew on the pork shoulder. The aura that was being released from his body was increasing at an astonishing speed. Arju's eyes were filled with despair. Her charming smile, tranquil and elegant manner immediately made her the center of attention of the entire banquet. When an onyx soul horse wanted to gather information, they would often need to change their identity. Although Belle was usually loud and carefree, she was proficient in all sorts of disguises, and in such a banquet, her performance could be said to be perfect. The people who were standing far away finally reacted. A table knife was nailed between the girl's index and middle fingers, all the way to the hilt. The knife stabbed the other half of the elbow. His true force stirred, and his aura burst forth without any restraint. Bang! Tang Tian was truly angry. He did not offend anyone today, but even when he was eating pork shoulder, he was being disturbed. Tang Tian was minding his own business as he chewed on the pork shoulder, completely ignoring him. Although there were people causing trouble, but it did not affect Tang Tian's appetite at all. The pork shoulder was still so fragrant. If 10 portions of pork shoulder appeared in the banquet, it would be a disaster. The smell of the meat would drown the entire place. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, so it could be like that, and immediately said, "That's right. 10 portions, every portion needs to be double the meat sauce. Let's go together." Crack crack. "Don't be anxious, let's see the situation first." Xie Guangzhong shook his head. At such a time, not only would he not be able to quell the dispute, but it would also make things difficult. Everyone looked at young Master Xing in shock, as though they were looking at a terrifying gorilla chewing on the table, completely forgetting themselves. No, not only Heaven Road List martial artists. Arju had seen many Heaven Road List martial artists, but none of them had such a powerful aura that could suffocate people. Everyone's faces were pale white. The majority of them had ordinary strength, and it was as though their hearts were being held by an invisible hand. Their entire bodies were ice cold, and they were trembling. The crowd was in an uproar, and they spontaneously pulled apart. Although the middle-aged man was not the strongest in Yong'an City, but he was in the top 5. He had a deep relationship with one of the clan elders of Onyx Soul, and Arju, who was by his side, had unfathomable strength. What was even more terrifying was that the barbarian actually directly threw half of the pork shoulder into his mouth, causing everyone to stare blankly. Eating like that is not good for your body. Belle's gentle voice caused everyone's bones to soften. The waiter heaved a sigh of relief, but following that, Belle turned to the waiter and instructed gently, "Every portion of pork shoulder, please add double the sauce." "Thank you." Belle smiled and shook her head. Her actions were so graceful, causing a wave of sighs and jealousy. All the men looked at Tang Tian. Their gazes were extremely unhappy. They could not wait for Arju to teach the country bumpkin a lesson. Tang Tian's face was gloomy. He picked up another pork shoulder. Belle, who was smiling quietly, sat by his side. The splashing of meat juices and the bone-chomping sounds made people's hair stand. She was a goddess. The older nobles in the crowd all sighed, such a good girl, it was a pity. But the young men were thinking even more. The goddess' quiet smile was filled with helplessness and sorrow. A few of the young men looked at each other. Belle, who was maintaining her composure perfectly, finally could not take it anymore. The smile on her face froze, the veins on her forehead twitching. Very quickly, she felt the gazes from all around, filled with mockery and sympathy. 10 portions. Miss, please leave quickly. A young man saw Belle still sitting beside Tang Tian. He became anxious, and immediately reminded her. I hate it when people disturb me when I'm eating meat. Tang Tian's voice was like a nightmare enveloping the entire place. He slowly stood up, and walked towards the middle-aged man. He did not even look at Ju. Ju's entire body was trembling, his face ashen, not daring to move. But when she saw the waiter's expression when he heard about 10 portions of pork shoulder, she was startled, and almost burst out laughing. She suddenly felt that everything was extremely amusing. Belle turned her face. The enchanting smile in the waiter's eyes was like that of an angel. The waiter looked at Belle with a pleading look, hoping that Belle could stop the terrifying request. The silver spirit spiraling energy in Tang Tian's body was circulating at an astonishing speed, getting faster and faster. The aura around his body continued to rise. The surrounding air started to form ripples. Wait a minute. Where's the bone? Where's the bone in the middle of the pork shoulder? In such a high-class banquet, there was actually such a barbaric and crude person. She could not help but smile. Towards such a little girl's thoughts, she did not care. I hate pork shoulder. An unhappy voice suddenly came out. Ju's face was pale white, his eyes filled with fear. Xiao Shui immediately burst out crying. Like a storm suddenly exploding, the air in the banquet hall swept past a ripple that could be seen with the naked eye. Belle rarely wore female clothing today. It was a blue evening dress, accentuating her figure to the fullest. Her snow-white shoulders were half exposed, her sexy collarbone could be clearly seen, her face had a light smile, sitting beside Tang Tian. No matter who saw her current appearance, they would not be able to link her to a silver onyx soul horse. Even cats and dogs dare to bully me. A young lady dressed in a snow-white gauze dress appeared at Tang Tian's table, pouting her lips, her face full of dissatisfaction. The young lady's appearance was rather outstanding. Her skin was even fairer than Belle's, cute and slightly naive. Only her seemingly harmless eyes flashed a trace of craftiness. Thank you all. This is definitely a good opportunity to express my loyalty. When the 10 portions of sauce pork shoulder appeared in the banquet hall, the rich meat fragrance filled every corner of the banquet hall. The entire banquet hall became quiet for a short period of time. The guests who were holding onto their wine cups turned their faces in astonishment. Catcher! Catcher! The mournful screams caused everyone's heart to tremble. Since you like to eat so much, then I will let you eat your fill, the middle-aged man said coldly. Ju, feed him. Don't think that with just a mere 1.5 billion, you can be impudent in Yong'an City. The young lady in the gauze dress's face changed, her jealousy became denser, her hands grabbed onto the tablecloth, and was about to flip the table. Tell me, how do you want to settle this? However, not everyone was as calm as he was. Many people's gazes towards Tang Tian started to change. Tang Tian's blade displayed an extremely high standard. The young lady's palm was originally small. When she grabbed onto the tablecloth, the space between her index finger and the middle was extremely small. The knife accurately stabbed into the middle, but did not hurt the young lady. His eyesight and hand strength was extremely shocking. He almost swallowed his tongue. The waiter was dumbstruck. The entire place was dead silent. Only Tang Tian's cold greeting could be heard. Tang Tian walked to the middle-aged man and stopped. Xie Guangzhong could not help but feel a headache. He never thought that young Master Xing would actually be like that. If he knew that young Master Xing would cause so much trouble, he would seriously consider inviting young Master Xing to the banquet. Sky Treasure Room Banquet. A man with an indifferent expression stood out. The middle-aged man's face, because of the excessive fear, became extremely sinister. She was stunned, until the cold blade caused all the hairs on her body to stand. Her face became white, and she screamed out, "Ah!" Belle's smile caused her gentleness and tranquility to have a trace of unyielding heroism. She was an independent person, and was used to seeing storms and waves, and was far from the pampered little girls. If we were to say that Belle was like a flower in the wind and rain, gentle and beautiful, causing people to feel pity for her, then this laugh caused people to feel, under her delicate appearance, there was a trace of strength, causing people to feel respect. She must have fallen into the hands of that barbarian. I can't see it. I can't see it. Belle hypnotized herself. Crack, crack. After finishing one portion, he was still not satisfied. He looked around, seeing a waiter. He immediately waved his hand, and asked for 10 portion. It was the first time he had encountered such delicious pork knuckle, and Tang Tian was eating happily, but in the end, it spoiled his mood, causing him to be extremely angry. And for the other party to mention 1.5 billion, it meant that they had long set their eyes on him. The extremely ugly orangutan mask, in the middle-aged man's eyes, was like a demon that crawled out from hell. Tang Tian's 5 fingers were like steel pincers, grabbing onto the middle-aged man's chin, and lightly dragged him in front of him. The 5 fingers were like steel pincers. The face that was contorted due to fear was so weak, as though it would explode with just a light pinch. This was definitely the best pork knuckle he had ever eaten. Our Jew could no longer maintain his indifference. His face changed. He had rich battle experience, but it was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying chi, and in his mind, a word surfaced: Heaven Roadlist martial artist. Belle, who was seated at the side, was extremely shocked, her skin even releasing a piercing pain. Chapter 299. Elder Li clapped his hands and laughed, a look of satisfaction flashing past his face. That's all I have, it's just a small matter. Brother Xing is young and heroic. I wonder where did you strike it rich? The composition of the clan union was the most complicated. Most of them were the new families. These families urgently needed their own position, but were always suppressed by the aristocratic families, so the clan union was a loose organization. To them, it was extremely attractive. That's right. Fatty Li said. Lupu's constellation has 3 powerhouses: Silver Moon, Heaven Hook, Feudal Marshal. Feudal Marshal's backing is the clan union. Silver Moon was defeated by Feudal Marshal, and Heaven Hook's backing is 2RU High. Tang Tian immediately released a carefree laugh. The hand that was pinching the middle-aged man's chin turned into a support, and straightened the middle-aged man up. Ayaya, it really is an exchange of blows. So the flood rushed towards the temple of the Dragon King. Our own people drowned our own people. Xie Guangzhong swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was one of the few people present that could still think. He knew that he needed to re-evaluate young Master Xing. In his eyes, the new powerhouses were just a good customer. A nouveau riche with a strong source of wealth was not scary, but if the nouveau riche was strong, then that was scary. If he had a ruthless and decisive personality, then it was not scary, but terrifying. Fatty Li's gaze landed on the middle-aged man, and the smile on his face disappeared. Young Master Xing is my friend. You have offended young Master Xing. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Elder Li laughed out loud. Brother, you are too humble to dare use 1.5 billion to build a Blood Meridian's laboratory. If this is called messing around, then how can we endure it? Come, let me introduce you to a friend. He turned his body, and signaled a middle-aged man beside him to come forward. If 2RU High supported Huai Bai Hua, then that meant that he had another problem. He clapped his hands. He had a deep impression of the lady who used the sword. Although she did not use her sword, the cold sword intent was extremely threatening. But what was old Mo doing here? After a gentle breeze and drizzle, the oppressive atmosphere was swept away, and the banquet returned to normal. That's right. Fatty Li's spirit was roused. After Meng Wei fought with brother, she rushed to Lupu's constellation that night. 2RU High is extremely passionate about the treasures of Southern Cross constellation, and has sent all 6 guards, planning to win the battle. Master, Heaven Hook Huai Bai Hua's backer is 2RU High. Tang Tian's tone sank. I have nothing to say about Brother Xing's spirit and breadth of mind. Fatty Li gave a thumbs up to Tang Tian, and laughed bitterly. This old bro has suffered a lot from the 6 guards, and has recruited many experts, but no one can fight with Meng Wei. I originally had 3 cities, but 2 of them were taken by 2RU High. This enmity and hatred cannot be shared. As expected of the hero who made the two families' 6 guards retreat. Oh, that's right. Who are the two family 6 guards that elder brother mentioned just now? Tang Tian remembered the name that elder Li mentioned just now and quickly asked. When Fatty Li heard the faint killing intent in Tang Tian's tone, he couldn't help but feel delighted. His mind was extremely nimble, and with a quick thought, he secretly guessed that the power that young Master Xing was in was most likely participating in the Battle of Lupu's constellation, and was obviously not on Tu Yu Hai's side. Tang Tian's face change was stiff and abrupt, extremely inferior, but he did not notice it at all. Everyone's expression was as though they had swallowed a fly. Mo Wei Tian's eyes flashed a look of surprise. Actually, when he entered the door, he felt that Tang Tian's figure was somewhat familiar, but he could not remember. Although he felt weird, he maintained a smile on his face, and said politely, "Hello young Master Xing." The situation in front of him, how should he solve it? Without any nonsense, without the slightest warning, such a method, such a murderous nature, just what kind of person could have such a thing? Tang Tian seemed to be deep in thought, but his mouth said, "Hello Mr. Mo." The two family 6 guards, in his eyes, Tang Tian was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Tang Tian's heart trembled, and immediately asked, "Don't tell me it has something to do with Tu Yu Hai." Elder Li's small eyes squinted, spending 1.5 billion to build a Blood Meridian's laboratory, but not to do Blood Meridian's business. The information that was revealed was somewhat thought-provoking. Xie Guangzhong's mouth felt bitter. "Don't tell me it's the clan union," Elder Li said indifferently. "To make a mistake, you have to pay the price. 1.5 billion, I can't let Brother Xing come here for nothing." Elder Li could read people's hearts, hearing Tang Tian praising Meng Wei's strength, but his tone did not have any fear. His heart was secretly happy. To be able to use such a calm tone to evaluate, that meant that Tang Tian's own strength was not inferior to Meng Wei's. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. "So brother is the lord of Yong'an City, you're so powerful." "Meng Wei." Tang Tian nodded his head. "That lady's strength is truly strong. Elder, please spare me," he immediately begged. Mo Wei Tian nodded his head. "I've heard of it." Just then, Mo Wei Tian, who was by the side, immediately consoled him. "The future is long, it's just a matter of time. City Lord, do not worry." He had underestimated this young Master Xing. Seems like his background was deeper than he had imagined. Spending 1.5 billion to build a Blood Meridian's laboratory, but not intending to use it for profit, no matter what his goal was, it was definitely done by a big powerhouse, because only a big powerhouse would be able to withstand such a large expenditure. This Mr. Mo is the current patriarch of the mechanical aristocratic Mo family, Mo Wei Tian. Regardless of what Fatty Li's goal was, Tang Tian was still indebted to him. Fatty Li's heart was filled with joy. He did not make a sound, and gave Tu Yu Hai some eye medicine, and even gained a favor. His mood was naturally good. He laughed out loud and changed the topic. "The matters of Lupu's constellation are for the big figures to worry about. Us small figures are better off playing with low-end things. Patriarch Mo, today all the big figures of Yong'an City are here. Patriarch Mo's treasure. Do not hide it, why not let everyone see it?" Mo Wei Tian smiled. "Then I will do as you say." The middle-aged man's face was ashen. He initially thought that Elder Li would be able to save him. But he was in charge of the family business, and his ability was not ordinary. In front of absolute power, he had no way to resist, but Elder Li's words made him understand. Belle, who was beside Tang Tian, had a cold face. Such an important news, and she actually did not have any information. Tang Tian did not blame Belle, although Belle was an outstanding onyx soul horse, but her information channels, compared to the clan elders, were like heaven and earth. Young Master Xing, exactly where did he come from? Hearing that, everyone's face changed, and the way they looked at Tang Tian became different. The two family 6 guards were famous. Every one of them had unfathomable strength. This young Master Xing actually dared to make a move against the two family 6 guards, and was still unharmed. That strength. Xie Guangzhong was about to stand out, when suddenly a round of applause came out from the door. "Thank you, old brother, for your kindness, but temporarily I do not have any plans to do Blood Meridian's business," Tang Tian explained. "I was too careless." The fatty laughed out loud, waved his hands, ignoring Xie Guangzhong, ignoring the middle-aged man. He walked in front of Tang Tian, his face full of admiration. He laughed. It's been so many years since I have met a young man who dares to make a move against the two family 6 guards. The one surnamed Tu is my enemy. If you make a move against him, then we are friends. Xie Guangzhong had a headache, but he knew he had to step up. This was his territory, and both parties were invited by him, so it was not his business if they were to fight, but if anyone died here, it would be a huge blow to the Sky Treasure Room's reputation. 5 billion. When Tang Tian saw who it was, he jumped in fright. It seems like little brother does not know about the two family 6 guards. Elder Li said solemnly, the two family 6 guards are the 6 experts under Tu Ru Hai. Humph, Tu Ru Hai, this person, is extremely ambitious, his methods are cruel, the 6 guards under him, all of them are strong, killing people everywhere. The most infamous one is the head of the 6 guards, Meng Wei. Her sword techniques are unfathomable, who knows how many strong martial artists have died under her sword. The killing intent enveloped the entire place, and Tang Tian, who was grabbing onto the middle-aged man's chin, was like a killing god. Master, save me. The middle-aged man, as though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, shouted unclearly. Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Tang Tian was slightly embarrassed to be able to meet someone he knew in such a place. But could old Mo be the god of wealth? The last time, he had earned 5 billion from the Mo family, and now that he had met old Mo, he had earned another one. 5 billion. That was highly possible. Thank you, old brother. Tang Tian cupped his hands towards Fatty Li and thanked him. This news was extremely important to him. Two family 6 guards. Tang Tian was at a loss, but the fatty in front of him looked harmless, but the qi around him was faintly discernible, causing Tang Tian's heart to shiver. Yes, city master. Everyone immediately replied. Only the fat clan elder Li laughed, and waved his hand for the middle-aged man to leave. Haha, old brother Xing is right. In the future, when old brother comes to Yong'an, just treat it as your own home. All of you have to be clear in the future, whatever treatment I receive, young master Xing will receive. Tang Tian's actions shocked everyone present. Xie Guangzhong's face changed. This young master Xing actually fought with the two family 6 guards and was completely fine, but he himself did not know about it. Could it be that old brother is planning to dabble in the Blood Meridian's business? Clan Elder Li's face was filled with concern. Old brother, I do have some connections here. If there is anything you need, old brother, please do not be courteous. Me? Tang Tian shook his head and said honestly, I don't have any business, I just go around messing around. When everyone saw who it was, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Xie Guangzhong jogged and came in front of the fatty. You didn't even tell us that you were coming, we were not prepared. A group of people appeared at the door. The leader was a fatty, with a short stature, every part of his body was round, he had a smile on his face, looking friendly and harmless. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. To him 5 billion, it was not that he could not afford it, but it still made him feel pain from the bottom of his heart. But he knew that he could not reject, and clenched his teeth. Master is right. Clan Elder Li laughed bitterly. Speaking about this Tu Ru Hai, I cannot help but admire him. He is insidious and determined, every time he makes a move, it always makes people fearful. The Battle of Lupu's Constellation, have the two of you heard of it? Chapter 300. The crowd's discussion became even louder. A mechanical weapon stepped onto the drums, and entered the banquet grounds. Mo Wei Tian's face was brimming with confidence, his voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him. Mo Wei Tian's glib tongue made everyone's eyes light up. He laughed. What kind of army is that? It should just be a motley crew. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful mechanical weapon. And everyone, what's so good about such a standard mechanical spirit weapon? It simply exists for the sake of the army. Think about it, a mechanical spirit weapon that is completely the same, with common parts, familiar with each other, training together. It is very convenient to come up with tactics. Such convenience, can Star Treasures provide it? Everyone present was not surprised, although the current generation of mechanical techniques had declined, but the Mo family was a mechanical aristocratic family, and everyone knew a little. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. It's a chaotic world. If we do not have the ability to protect ourselves, No matter how much money we have, it will only make us lambs on the chopping board. Fatty Lee said indifferently, do we lack money? Not at all, but we still have to look at other people's faces. The reason why 2Ru Hai was able to snatch 2 cities from my hands is because his fists are stronger than mine. This logic, I believe everyone understands. This is an era-defining mechanical weapon. To differentiate it from the previous mechanical spirit weapons, we have named it a mechanical spirit weapon. For it, our Mo family has spent generations of blood, sweat and tears, and spent countless star coins, to finally form it. Mo Wei Tian's tone was solemn, his face full of sincerity. What a beautiful mechanical weapon, but I want to use the profits from these 1,000 sets, to do business with young master. Beautiful. What flaws? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask. They were completely moved by Mo Wei Tian. As long as we insert the spirit card, we can use it. Someone in the crowd asked. Everyone gradually quietened down. Mo Wei Tian's words shocked everyone to death. Mei Li's meaning is to buy all 1,000 sets, all of them. That way, his Yong'an army will be unique. But Mo Wei Tian obviously did not want Tang Tian to be calm, and dropped a heavy bomb. Tang Tian's expression froze as he looked at the mechanical weapon. Isn't this just like thunder snow? He almost jumped up. Hey, the design plan has been sold to you. You guys should at least adjust it a little. Once the bronze mechanical weapon appeared, it caused a commotion. How much does it cost? An experienced and prudent person asked. Mechanical spirit weapons? Is it related to martial spirits? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. This suggestion immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. You guys have no morals and no limits. Sai Lei's design had not been changed at all, it was exactly the same. You even copied my name. That's enough. Everyone was stunned, and then an uproar broke out. Mo Wei Tian's gaze swept across the crowd, and said regretfully, but Mo Lei still has a fatal flaw. Oh my god, is this robbery? Just at this time, Fatty Lee sighed, and suddenly said to Tang Tian, old brother Xing has been paying close attention to the situation of Lupu's constellation. I think you know that Tang Tian has an army under him. My god. Martial spirit. This is simply unbelievable. Everyone was speechless. After everyone had calmed down, Mo Wei Tian then said, 20 million star coins, you can buy a decent northern sky-grade silver star treasure. But, everyone, think about it. Which star treasure can increase the power of your martial techniques, provide you with a star treasure grade defense, and also provide you with 3 types of martial techniques that you do not need to learn? The entire body of the azure blue mechanical weapon was slender and nimble, the joints were made up of layers of scales, and looked extremely agile. The arms, calves, and thighs were made up of large pieces of metal that were repeatedly forged, and the layers of forging patterns were like water ripples. 2 sharp legs extended from its back to its thighs, forming an X shape. Hihi, I guessed it was young master. Mo Wei Tian chuckled, and changed the topic. Young master is truly a hero, to be able to play with everyone in the palm of your hand. Tang Tian's eyes turned red. That was 2 billion star coins of profit. You guys did not change at all. That's not good. Such a powerful weapon, of course it will not be cheap. Its price is 20 million star coins. Mo Wei Tian said firmly. That's right. Mo Wei Tian's face was full of praise. The biggest difference between a mechanical spirit weapon and an ordinary mechanical weapon is that it has a martial spirit. Thus, it becomes smarter, more nimble, able to complete even more complicated movements, and its power is even stronger. 200 sets. The banquet area was cleared out, and everyone stretched their necks out curiously. Especially for Xie Guangzhong, who had followed the city master for a long time, he knew that the city master was very picky, and that some of the seemingly normal actions had a deeper meaning. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Old Mo was too powerful. Master. Which of our businesses are not bestowed by master? Whatever decision master has, please understand, we will follow master's lead. At this time, the middle-aged man who was extorted by Tang Tian just now stood up, and said in high spirits. His face did not have a hint of disappointment. The middle-aged man was the first to speak. I pledge my life to follow master. In the middle of the venue, thunder snow, oh no, he was now called Ink Snow, was currently completing a high-difficulty technique, extremely fast and nimble steps, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Behind the orangutan mask, Tang Tian's face kept on twitching. Can you guys be any more shameless? And after generations of blood, sweat and tears. Hee hee. Mo Wei Tian was not the least bit ashamed, but rather pleased. City Master Li has already given me an order for 200 sets. The three big powers are starting to compete. What do you guys think? Fatty Li retorted, don't think that we are backed by Onyx Soul, but everyone is clear, the reason why Yong'an City can be where it is today, is because we open our doors to do business. If we only do Onyx Soul business, everyone's pockets will shrink by at least half. Mo Wei Tian quietly sat beside Tang Tian, and said in a soft voice, Young Master Xing, why don't you evaluate Ink Snow? The other businesses all followed suit. Fatty Li's authority in Yong'an City was far greater than anyone could imagine. The prices of goods have already risen to the point where there are mechanical weapons worth 20 million. Seeing this, Tang Tian was already convinced. This rascal was a natural-born businessman, and his eloquence was astonishing. Ink Snow. Tang Tian almost vomited blood. Thunder Snow, you are so pitiful. This is definitely an epoch-making masterpiece. Fatty Li looked at him with admiration, and coughed lightly. I was also moved by Tang Tian's army. Even Tang Tian can create an army, then why don't we create one? How can it compare to your Mo family's blood, sweat and tears? Tang Tian retorted sarcastically. Faced with everyone's condemnation, Mo Wei Tian's expression was calm, not one bit flustered. Indeed, an ordinary Northern Sky-grade Silver Star treasure would definitely not be able to do this. Hey, you guys are a mechanical aristocratic family. You guys should be very proud. You guys should be very proud. Everyone's face changed. Other than that, it has a special device that transcends the era, and that is its card slot. You can insert 3 6th level spirit cards, and this will allow you to use these 3 martial techniques. Of course, don't expect it to allow you to be proficient in it, but think about it, in your martial technique library, there will be 3 more trump cards. Your tactics will be greatly enriched. The crowd was in an uproar. Mo Wei Tian's meaning was clear. Don't think that it is too expensive. There are only 1,000 sets, and it is not something that you can buy whenever you want. It is suitable for 6th level martial artists to use. It can perfectly release all the power of your martial technique. It is beyond your imagination. Looking at its footwork, with its high agility, it is suitable for most light body techniques. You can even equip it with specialized weapons, and we can provide custom-made services. Its defensive strength has reached the standard of a Southern Sky-grade Silver Star treasure. You don't have to worry about your safety. Master, do you have any accurate news? Someone asked anxiously. Tang Tian personally witnessed this scene, and could not help but sigh. A motley crew can cause 1 death and 1 injury to 2 Heaven Road list martial artists. Then I also want this motley crew. Fatty Li sighed, thinking about my Yong'an City. The trade routes are prosperous, everyone here, who is not rich. But, now is not the time of peace. Everyone knows about Lupu's constellation. Let me tell you, the current situation is going to be chaotic. That's right, all of them were rich, but they could only flaunt their prowess in front of ordinary people. In front of experts, they could not even raise their heads. Forming an army. It's too expensive. Tang Tian was stunned. He could actually say that. Today was definitely an eye-opener for him. He was now in awe of Mo Wei Tian. This rascal's mouth could make the dead come alive. Hearing that, Tang Tian knew that the other party recognized him, and said softly, Old Mo, you recognized me? Yes. As long as it is 6th level, and the spirit cards do not conflict with each other, it can be used. Mo Wei Tian smiled. Tang Tian was also confused. In the end, he blamed it on Mo Wei Tian being too wretched. Mo Wei Tian said bitterly, to create the Ink Thunder, we need a special alloy, which we no longer have in stock, which also means we can only produce 1,000 sets of Ink Thunder. Tang Tian was completely stunned. 20 million star coins. He had thought that this rascal was an unscrupulous businessman, but he did not expect him to be so unscrupulous. No one knew better than him how much the Ink Snow cost, 4 million star coins. Not knowing why, Tang Tian could not help but think that every time Bing talked about them, he liked to use the word motley crew. This is our Mo family's newest mechanical weapon, called Ink Snow. Mo Wei Tian's face was full of confidence and smiled. Tang Tian felt as though it was the first time he met Mo Wei Tian. This rascal looked dignified, but his bones were so wretched. Tang Tian was shocked. This fatty's ambition was much bigger than he thought. Tang Tian ridiculed a few words, and his state of mind had already calmed down. Speaking of which, the Mo family was considered his ally. If the Mo family earned more, it would be beneficial to him. In a blink of an eye, this rascal sold it for 20 million star coins. That was crazy. Mo Wei Tian's face was calm as he enjoyed everyone's exclamations and praises. Tang Tian could not help but feel unhappy looking at him. Logically speaking, this rascal also spent a few billion to buy it. Why was he so unhappy? Chapter 301. Tang Tian almost gave himself a slap. Was his brain caught in the door? He actually thought of buying 16 billion star treasures for Old Man Fei? Alright, Tang Tian felt that his brain was indeed caught in the door. Wrong, it was 16 billion that knocked him out. Sai Lei was busy building the bronze base, and Tang Tian was also busy to the point of dizziness. After eating the 10 pork knuckles, Tang Tian had already eaten till his stomach was round. There was no more space in his stomach, and could only sip on the sour and sweet drink, his entire body releasing a lazy smell. Fatty Li was surrounded by a group of people. Everyone knew, the Yong'an army was already set in stone. To the future Yong'an city, the position of the Yong'an army was without a doubt. Then how to prove their position was something that every family had to consider. A group of people. Seeing Tang Tian and Mo Wei Tian who were chatting leisurely, he sat down and laughed bitterly. You two are so free, I am already sweating all over. Although it was a battle in a remote corner, but these two battles had caused a huge uproar. Tang Tian was then enlightened, but he did not understand, why did all these people say that the world of chaos was coming? But thinking about it, what did the world of chaos have to do with him? His goal was to quickly go to Southern Cross constellation to find Qi. How could a poor kid see 16 billion? Thinking about the 1.5 billion he had just earned, he was happy. Country bumpkin, definitely a country bumpkin. 1,000 sets of mechanical spirit weapons, that was 16 billion. That was an astronomical number. It could buy the entire Corvus constellation, could unify Lupu's constellation, could buy 1,000 over northern sky-grade silver treasures, could buy Old Man Fei 50 over gold treasures. No one interfered, it was Tang Tian's men. This onyx soul horse was also excited. At dawn, Crane suddenly appeared at Wu Taiyu's campsite to challenge him, and Wu Taiyu accepted. The battle was extremely intense. Wu Taiyu was killed by Crane's sword, and many martial artists personally witnessed the battle. Ling Shu's situation is unclear. So far we have investigated, Huaibai Hua and his disciple Hua Yang both died under Ling Shu's spear. Mo Wei Tian was right. It had to be said that Fatty's methods were superb. In half an hour, he had broken free from the crowd. Right at this moment, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the venue in a hurry. Tang Tian was doing a deep self-reflection. He didn't know that there was no such thing as a free lunch. No one expected that Tang Tian, who everyone thought was a pawn, a fuse, and a primer, did not follow the path they had predicted. Instead, he took the initiative and stepped onto the card table. Mo Wei Tian quivered, regained his senses, and hurriedly said, I was lost in thought thinking about some things. By the way, young master, does Master Sai Lei have any new works? Tang Tian shook his head, I don't know about that, you just have to go to 3 Spirit City, she is there. He knew that Tang Tian had 2 Sky List experts under him, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. What are you trying to do? Tang Tian's tone carried a hint of warning. Having personally witnessed old Mo's unscrupulous conduct, he was filled with vigilance towards this old fellow. Tang Tian was dumbstruck as he listened. I think so too. Fatty Li was not surprised at all. With such a beautiful lady like Miss Bell, how can an ordinary lady enter brother's eyes? Mo Wei Tian was surprised. About 400 to 500 people. Mo Wei Tian said. Fatty Li, who had just picked up his knife and fork, his face congealed, and unknowingly put down his knife and fork. Although Tang Tian did not seem to be in a good situation, but he actually had the mood to come to Yong'an City, he was full of confidence. The chaotic noises in the hall seemed to have disappeared. Mo Wei Tian said helplessly, "What can we do? Real experts, the Mo family is unable to recruit, we can only rely on numbers. In this chaotic world, if we do not have the strength to protect ourselves, we will not be far from death." The first domino fell, but it fell in a direction that no one could have imagined. The small fry that everyone had neglected had completely messed up the situation. What news, that he had to personally send it over. This was after all a world where the strong ruled, the strong were the true axes of the world. All the wealth, power, reputation, all revolved around the strong. You also want to create a mechanical army? Tang Tian somewhat understood. If Tang Tian could break out of this, he would definitely become the focus of the world. Tang Tian was so young, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Mo Wei Tian nodded his head. "Once this is over, I will go." He planned to personally go to Three Spirit City. This matter was extremely important to the Mo family. With such a huge sum of money involved, Tang Tian actually did not personally make the decision, but asked him to find his subordinates to discuss. He could only think of two possibilities. One was that the instructor of the training camp was a core member. The other was, in Tang Tian's eyes, 16 billion was not a huge sum of money. This thought was immediately eliminated. To personally go to the Mo family to promote 5 billion worth of materials, they should not be rich. Little Crane and Little Shoe were actually so ferocious. How many days had he left? "I'll take the money card, young lady, you don't have to." Tang Tian said lazily, he was too full. "City Lord's call, heroes have gathered." Mo Wei Tian praised. Tang Tian was very clear of his own abilities. The school tyrant's small extortion and extortion, he was very good at it. Just like the 1.5 billion just now, the sum was slightly bigger, but it was still a small extortion and extortion. But after personally witnessing Mo Wei Tian's treachery, Tang Tian felt that it was better to let the equally treacherous Bing handle it. There shouldn't be a problem. Tang Tian thought, go to Three Spirit City, find the instructor of the training camp, you guys can discuss the price. Mo Wei Tian did not even look at Tang Tian, and laughed. With City Lord's prestige, throwing out an olive branch, what kind of people can't you recruit? The place immediately quietened down, everyone realized that something was wrong. And the old men beside the City Lord all recognized the man, he was the leader of the Onyx Soul Horses under the City Lord. Others might have suspected that the Southern Cross Constellation's Saint Treasure was in Tang Tian's hands, but Mo Wei Tian knew, it was not a baseless rumor. Inside Sai Lei's mechanical spirit weapons, there were a lot of Southern Cross Constellation mechanical techniques. Fatty Lee was startled, but immediately reacted, his expression became agitated. Who interfered? Were these two fellows on steroids? Tang Tian looked like he was in deep trouble, but seeing his improvement, Mo Wei Tian was shocked. Seeing Fatty Lee sit at Tang Tian's table, the restless crowd immediately stopped in their tracks, everyone's gaze swept across Tang Tian, their faces revealing an unnatural expression. That orangutan mask looked as though it could swallow anyone at any time, filled with an unreasonable ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Mo Wei Tian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Eloquent people were most afraid of meeting unreasonable people. He had seen Tang Tian's ruthlessness before. Upon hearing Tang Tian's impatient tone, he knew something was wrong, and immediately said, "Young master, please calm down. Actually, I really want to send another batch of people to the training camp." Everyone knew, no matter how the dispute ended, it would definitely cause a chain reaction. But all of the guesses, the main characters revolved around the three big powerhouses. The heavens have mercy. He suddenly realized, what he said previously, was the best choice. The Mo family was Tang Tian's best ally. Tang Tian had superb mechanical techniques, and was not interested in the low-end mechanical spirit weapons, which was coincidentally what the Mo family needed. Tang Tian's wealth was not robust enough. The Mo family was rich. More importantly, Tang Tian was not only a Heaven Road List martial artist, he had 2 Heaven Road List martial artists under him, and an army. Bullshit. Even through the grey crystal mirror, Tang Tian's mocking gaze was extremely clear. What kind of thigh am I? You will not be able to hug my thigh. Young master is belittling yourself. Mo Wei Tian smiled, and lowered his voice. Young master is a person who single-handedly incited chaos in the world. Lupu's constellation will be young master's backyard in the future, although it is a little barren, but the Lupu's race is a natural-born battle race. Young master will definitely have no problem in dominating a region. The person rushed in front of Fatty Lee, his face revealing excitement. Master, the latest news from Lupu's constellation. After carefully combing through, Mo Wei Tian suddenly realized that Tang Tian actually had so many bargaining chips in his hand. Fatty Lee pushed over a few money cards and said to Tang Tian, he is still considered tactful, the money cards are already prepared, Brother Xing, don't bother with him. His family's young lady is not bad, quite fresh and lively, are you interested? To be able to climb up to you, TSK, a pity I don't have a daughter. What direction would the situation be heading towards? No one could see it clearly. That was a wild beast, even if it was full, with a bit of laziness, the wild beast's savage aura could not be erased. Fatty Lee stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth without a care for his image, and quickly swallowed it, wiping his lips. An army is truly not that easy to build, in just a short while, I am already in a terrible mess. That Tang Tian, his luck is really good, to actually have such a talent under him. How far can he grow? Tang Tian saw that Mo Wei Tian was silent, and did not speak for a long time, and felt weird. Is there a problem? In the eyes of everyone who was paying attention to the dispute, Tang Tian and the rest were just the first domino. Mo Wei Tian looked at Tang Tian, aghast. Fatty Lee's eyes lit up, and said, speak. Mo Wei Tian's thoughts immediately became clear. Everyone went crazy. Mo Wei Tian, who had always felt that his foresight was good, realized that he was completely unable to give an estimate. Tang Tian's current strength, although he was not the best in Southern Sky, but without a doubt, he was at the top of Southern Sky. With his strength, in Northern Sky's 19 continents, being a small tyrant was not a problem. I hate people lying to me the most. Tang Tian was slightly annoyed, and said in an unfriendly tone, don't beat around the bush with me. This person was dressed in martial artist attire, his face was covered in dust, obviously he had just experienced a long journey. He had always been paying attention to the battle, and the first thought that appeared in his mind was, this time everyone was going crazy. Tang Tian could not help but sit up straight. Wu Taiyu and Huai Baihua are dead. Fatty Lee's face surfaced a look of disbelief, and after a while, he suddenly laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. Two are you high. No matter how you schemed, you would never have thought that Tang Tian would actually be so ferocious. Interesting. I originally thought that he was the weakest, but he is actually so strong. This situation is interesting. Mo Wei Tian glanced at Fatty Lee who was in the distance, and revealed a bitter smile. The chaotic world is a storm, no one can avoid it, the Mo family is just a small boat, and needs to hug onto someone. Chapter 302. Two family 6 guards. Never heard of them. Ling Shu shook his head. Big blockhead, did you suffer a loss 2 days ago? The amethyst lady asked curiously. Crane had a look of helplessness as he corrected her. After 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. Yes, in Yong'an City. The tall and sturdy man scratched his head embarrassedly. The 6 of them are all Heaven Road list martial artists. Tang Tian said, the lowest rank is within the top 9,000, the highest is 8511. That's right. Qiu Jun's mouth revealed a smile. Sima Xiao's face congealed, he finished reading the report in his hands. The fight between Crane and Wu Taiyu was extremely detailed, but the fight between Ling Shu and Huai Baihua did not have any details. I will handle Tang Tian. Meng Wei took the most difficult opponent, and continued, Old Jun Tu will handle Crane, Single Blade will handle Ling Shu. The 3 of you handle Tang Tian's army. I heard that their army is commanded by a spirit general. Be careful, we have never fought against an army before. Although Wu Taiyu's strength was not bad, but in Sima Xiao's eyes, he was not a true expert. If he wanted to kill Wu Taiyu, it would be easy. The clan elders of the Sima family all had unfathomable strength. My bones are still strong. Although the old granny said that, she was still happy in her heart. Today's weather is good, the flowers are blooming well. Xiaoyu, go get a jug of wine, I will drink it myself. Qiu Jun finally understood, he was very clear of his junior brother's personality. Every move was linked, there would definitely be a killing move, so the real killing move was here. That's good too. Qiu Jun nodded his head. He glanced at his junior brother, who was carefully reading the report in his hands, his eyes revealing a bright light. Crane was still relatively calm. From the looks of it, Ling Shu and Crane's strength should be around 8,800. The purple-haired lady spoke. On her forehead, there was a purple crystal. Sima Xiao laughed. Which expert did it? Old Feng was an onyx soul horse, his face congealed. I do not know yet, but I have already sent people to investigate. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Then your son will go first. Sima Xiao said goodbye to the old lady. However, he was actually killed in a direct confrontation. When he walked out of the courtyard, the smile on his face disappeared and his eyes turned cold. Did you go to Fatty Li's territory? Fatty Li doesn't have any powerful guys under him. The purple crystal woman asked inexplicably. The first branch and the second branch were finished. His impression of Ling Shu was even less. The first and second branches have sent someone to plead for leniency. Qiu Jun said indifferently. They suffered a setback previously, so this time they gathered all their strength and attacked Scorpion Tiger Valley. The towering man grinned and said, it's more exciting to fight with an opponent of the same level. It's really boring to always fight those rookies. Sima Xiao did not stop them. When he was young, for the sake of raising him, his mother had accumulated a cold poison, and often had to drink alcohol to warm her body. Looking at his mother's aged complexion, Sima Xiao's heart turned sour, and helped his mother to tuck in the blanket on her knees. It's a chilly spring, the cold air in the spring is heavy, mother needs to be more careful. Ling Shu's face changed, even the usually calm Crane's expression congealed. When the old granny heard that, she looked at her own son in a daze. Although her son didn't seem to have changed much compared to 2 years ago, although he still had a gentle smile on his face, there was an additional layer of mist that could never be seen through in the depths of his eyes that were as bright as the stars. That was the result of all these years of suffering. Everyone's face became even uglier. Just at that time, Xiao Yu brought the wine. Sima Xiao poured it for the old granny, and said calmly, if your son wants to be, naturally he can be. Seeing his senior brother's smile, Sima Xiao became angry, and snorted, I want to see the detailed report. Crane, this unfamiliar name, Sima Xiao did not have much of an impression of him, and only knew that he was Tang Tian's subordinate, and came from a small sect. Because he is the boss of the three. Old Feng explained. Old Feng mocked, forget it, you even suffered a loss 2 days ago. Thinking about the report that he had just received, Qiu Jun suddenly felt good, his pale white face revealing a smile. She suddenly said, I heard that recently a few branches have come to find you. It's not Fatty Li. Meng Wei interrupted, let's not talk about other matters, let's arrange the tasks now. Her junior brother's personality would definitely not give them the chance to breathe. The prey that was targeted by her junior brother had never survived, other than. It was the season when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, the entire garden was filled with the colors of spring. Meng Wei was still on the road when she received the report. The 6 of them sat around the table, all of their faces ugly. In their hands was the report of the battle between Ling Shu and Huai Baihua. Others did not have the details of the battle between Ling Shu and Huai Baihua, but they did. They met a fist saint. Qiu Jun glanced at Tang Tian, and said indifferently, almost all of them were wiped out 8,511. I never thought that Lacerta constellation would have such a terrifying martial artist. Sima Xiao was surprised. Crane did not sneak attack, but directly invited and killed Wu Tai Yu. Everyone was enlightened, that's right, normally, the boss of a group would always be the strongest person. In this world, the strong were respected. It's rare for me to come back, I have always been outside for the past few years, and did not have the time to serve mother. Sima Xiao said respectfully, his usual mischievous smile was swept away, leaving behind a warm and gentle smile. That's right, that's right. The old lady nodded her head, she immediately felt that her words were not logical, and teased, look at us, mother and son, it's as if you are already the patriarch. He started to develop a strong interest in Tang Tian. Go and collect all the information related to Tang Tian, this fellow is not simple. Oh, so it's to shave the eyes. Tang Tian was enlightened, and immediately said, the 2 family 6 guards are coming, and this time, their target is us. Yes, your son's market is rising. Sima Xiao did not hide anything from his mother, and said honestly. The old lady sat up straight, her face becoming solemn. Since young, you have always had your own views, and your temper is stubborn. I will not ask about your matters. But Xiao, in the past, the two of us were truly wronged, but let bygones be bygones. It was the first time Sima Xiao was surprised. Why? The amethyst lady asked. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian smiled and waved his hand, but, since we already know about it, we have to teach them a lesson. The old lady drank a mouthful and waved her hand. Let's go, I'll drink for a while, and then go rest. What do you plan to do with Lupu's constellation? Qiuji Jun asked. How would I know? Sima Xiao waved his hands, his face looking like a rascal, but in the end, he could not resist his senior brother's sharp gaze, and laughed. I heard that Scorpion Tiger Valley has a great beauty, and my few cousins are all dissolute. Who knows, maybe they met her. If the Fist Saint has some sort of relationship with the beauty, sigh, their luck is truly terrible. Qiuji Jun stared at his junior brother's face with interest. Who cares what rank they are, I will stab them to death. Ling Shu said fiercely. Everyone's heart trembled. Ling Shu said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly, fart quickly, don't delay my training. What a strange and evil spear technique, to actually be able to transform a person into a silver statue, and after 2 hours, the silver statue will disappear. The tall-built man asked, Old Feng, do you know what spear technique that is? Junior brother has not been so excited for a long time. Sima Xiao regained his frivolous look, and laughed. What's the result? Towards her son's concern, the old lady was very happy. I am very curious, how did the two of you suddenly become so ferocious? Tang Tian circled around the two of them. TSK, I really couldn't tell. As expected, after not seeing each other for 3 days, I have to shave my face off to meet you. Sima Xiao said gently, Mother's words are right, there can't be 2 Simas under the heavens, why would I want to seek death with them? Furthermore, your son will be in charge of the family in the future, and will need help. Tang Tian would look at Crane on his left, and then look at Ling Shu on his right, as though there was something weird on their faces. Sima Xiao's face was startled, and asked, Tang Tian's men? What chance encounter, what if? I'm afraid it's all junior brother's doing. How's Huai Bai Hua's strength? The single-armed swordsman asked. Didn't Huai Bai Hua die too? Sima Xiao regained his composure, and laughed. Onyx Soul is not as easy to talk to as us, let them be the vanguard, and test Tang Tian's strength. Oh right, Wu Taiyu and Huai Bai Hua are dead. The martial artist who killed Wu Taiyu is called Crane, and the one who killed Huai Bai Hua is called Ling Shu. They were definitely the highest-ranked martial artists they had met so far. According to the scale of the Heaven Road list, basically every 100 ranks meant a grade. Sima Xiao accompanied his mother, and sat in the garden admiring the flowers. Following his rise in status in the family, his mother, Madame Lin, had a much better life. She was extremely proud in her heart, and smiled. That's my son. The young servant by the side immediately acknowledged, and turned to get wine. Not sure. Old Feng shook his head, but he's definitely stronger than the two of them. Hey, you don't have to accompany me if you're busy. The old granny continued, I'm living well now, there's nothing to worry about, Xiao Yu accompanying me is enough. How's Tang Tian's strength? The one who spoke was a short-haired old man. He looked ordinary, his clothes were ordinary as well, and if he was thrown into a crowd, you would not be able to find him. Qiuji Jun was not surprised. He had seen the report of a quasi-fist saint living in seclusion in Scorpion Tiger Valley. He looked at Sima Xiao. Why did they attack Scorpion Tiger Valley? He could not remember how long it had been since he had such a strange feeling. Number 9278, on the Heaven Road list. Old Feng was extremely familiar with the information. We even gave him an extreme Earth-grade treasure weapon. His strength should be around 9,000. The sword in Crane's hand has not been unsheathed. Qiuji Jun's face congealed, but its grade is definitely not inferior to the Earthwave Bear. I have already checked, Heavenly Crane Constellation does not have such a treasure. But, someone found out that the sword on the ancestor of Crane sect is extremely similar to the sword in Crane's hand. There is too little information on Ling Shu, and we only know that he trains in the spear. This will be a tough battle, the single-armed swordsman said. Chapter 303. Tang Yi, yes, Master. The war was imminent, but Lupu's constellation was actually in a rare tranquility. Bing looked at the cannon fodder in front of him, and for some reason, he was in a daze. Throwing the army to Uncle Bing, Tang Tian's heart calmed down. Hey, don't stare at me, it's not like I said it. Tang Tian immediately said, now I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Liang Qiu politely replied to the clan elder, thank you for your trouble, clan elder, we are already prepared. The elder's indifferent voice sounded out in everyone's ears, the light aura beneath their feet exploded, and their vision immediately turned white, while the light aura beneath their feet quickly became one. Inside the distorted and chaotic airflow, the light aura was like a door, slowly opening up. That's right, I was goading you. Tang Tian admitted it like a hoodlum. But, this is not for me, you are fighting for yourself. Anyway, the one being mocked is not me. TSK, the dignified chief instructor of the Southern Cross Army, to actually fall to such a state. Hey, uncle, can you swallow this down? Lupu's tribe. This was Tang Yi's regret, he did not know much, but the desert Lupu's tribe in front of him were able to endure hardships and persevere. To him, they were the best soldiers. The sky was clear, it was quiet and peaceful. Gather. I am going to see him again. The cannon fodder that I have built are definitely not ordinary cannon fodder. These sons of the desert had perseverance, far surpassing ordinary people. He looked at the army in front of him, and did not say a word. Tang Tian waited calmly. Were the flags of that time still fluttering? Were the smoke of that time still blackening the sky? The brave people of that time had all turned into mud. The kings of that time did not even leave behind a sound. Crane and Ling Shu were in closed-door training, and Tang Tian was also in closed-door training. He needed these 2 days to maintain a relatively excited state to welcome the difficult battle. A total of 200 sets, all used for this cannon fodder army. The other three looked at each other. Time seemed to have passed. The moment the two family 6 guards arrived at Lupu's constellation, the news quickly spread. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. You can just conjure up a few experts for me. Are you ready? An elder with a face full of wrinkles like ravines asked. Tang Yi. Bing suddenly spoke. Hihi, you are indeed honest. Suddenly, a dazzling crack of white light lit up. Then, rays of white light shot out from the crack of light like swords. The white light that gushed out was so dense that it was dazzling. Your delivery location is about 200 li away from the Lupu's tribe. You only need 4 hours to get there. The elder glanced at them. If you're ready, I'll start the delivery. So, Tang Tian said proudly, you will lead this army. Bing looked at the cannon fodder expressionlessly. Yes, this subordinate has already tested it. If there are more than 3 people, they will become chaotic. Tang Yi's attitude was very strict. With that, he turned around and left. You will be the vice-general and lead 50 people. The awakening reagent was just a supporting method. Tang Tian felt that the most underestimated was the army. Tang Yi's motley crew was able to kill one and injure the other of the 2 Heaven Roadlist experts in one move. Tang Tian believed that in Bing's hands, they would definitely be able to unleash an astonishing power. Bing encouraged Tang Yi with a smile. Quickly go. Suddenly, the 4 of them had a change in expression. They were truly cannon fodder, but their coordination was much better than before. A white light door appeared in the sky. Ancient wolf tribe. Never heard of it, we never had any dealings with small shrimps in the past. Bing's face was full of arrogance, causing Tang Tian to have the urge to step on his face. The identities of the 2 family 6 guards were quickly revealed. The entire Lupu's constellation was in an uproar, followed by a collective speechlessness. The local powerhouses who were initially restless after the death of the 3 heads immediately retracted their movements. No one dared to show their heads at such a time. In the desert, about 30 m above the ground. 3 people. Bing pondered. They are training very hard. Tang Yi said. There's an ambush. They have been training the umbrella tactics for the past 2 days. interrupting a good show. The four of them felt their hearts sink. After a long while, he then squeezed out a sentence. Your bullshit reagent, it better be useful. The effect is obvious. There are pros and cons. Tang Yi hesitated for a while. If it is a small team of 3, their coordination is very good. They can sense each other. It should be the awakening of the ancient wolf tribe's blood meridians. This blood meridians is truly suitable for the army. Give them another 3 years, and this army will definitely become very strong. But as long as there are more people, this connection will become very chaotic. They are still unable to adapt. In this period of time, their fighting strength is actually declining. Bang! All right. Han Bingning lowered his eyebrows and held onto his sword. His expression was calm. Only the hand holding onto the sword hilt was trembling slightly. All of them were actually rushing towards fundamental Tang and the rest. Don't use such childish methods to provoke me. Bing looked at Tang Tian coldly. The 4 figures flew out of the light door. The light door quickly closed behind them and disappeared. Who are you guys? A Maori asked curiously. Liang Qiu's calm voice came out from the light door. No. Bing shook his head. I think that your strategy is rather good. If even I can't guess it, then others can't either. The only thing I have to worry about is that they are not up to the task. One could almost imagine that Tang Tian's situation was not good. A cold voice came out. A few figures appeared around them. Liang Qiu's face changed. His expression became gloomy. Countless of thoughts flashed past his mind. The opponent actually knew where they would appear. There was a traitor, honorable martial alliance. Especially when he saw the flag that Tang Yi was holding, he was stunned. Bing stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, "Take care of yourself." Bing did not know, he had already spun a few rounds under Tang Tian's feet. He curled his lips. You actually placed your hopes on this group of cannon fodder, that really surprised me. Not knowing why, she was a little nervous. Bing's poker face darkened. Just because I said it, they can say it. Ha 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 ha. Armoli laughed heartily. So even you can make such a mistake. I thought only a lively and upright man like you would make such an honest mistake. Waraha. Sima Gui's cold gaze looked around. It was as though he wanted to devour someone. Of course, although Tang Tian did not have much confidence in his heart, his words were firm. Do you know about the ancient jackal race? They are a relatively powerful race. Although the blood meridians in their bodies are mixed up, the majority of them are still the jackal race. And himself. That's right. They are important people. They are not country bumpkins like us. How can they be easily intimidated by an army? Tang Tian glanced at Bing. Furthermore, even you said that they are cannon fodder. Haha. This lively martial man can't wait any longer. A Maori clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was like a wild beast with excess energy. He was extremely excited. Then let's go. Let's go. As expected of cannon fodder. Yes. Tang Yi's indifferent eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. To be able to be the master's assistant general was an honor. Even as a gold-ranked staff sergeant, it was something that he did not even dare to think about. Pa. Who we are is not important. But, I advise you guys to stay here. Don't disturb the show. The leader's gaze was cold. As long as you guys are honest and cooperate, everyone will be fine. When the 2 family 6 guards stepped onto the desert, everyone knew that the decisive battle was about to begin. The 4 of them stood in a straight line. Each of them had a circle of light beneath their feet. Tang Tian explained. With your strength, if you were to fight alone, you can handle 1 person. But they still have more people than us. And these fellows are not comparable to the person that Tang Yi killed the last time. When I interacted with them this time, I could feel that they have some restraining fear towards this army, but more than that, they did not think much of it. Are you sure that this thing is useful? Bing's poker face was filled with suspicion. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. When other people talked about his army, they were only surprised at its appearance, and not at its strength. They thought that Tang Yi was the one commanding the army, but they would never have thought that the one commanding it was the stronger Bing. The four of them landed at the same time. Amauri looked around. Hey, which direction are we going? The two family 6 guards entered Lupu's constellation. They did not want to attract attention. But they had wrongly estimated the situation. Crane and Ling Shu's 2 battles were too sensational. Countless eyes were staring at Lupu's constellation. Tang Tian looked at Bing's back that was brimming with killing intent, and suddenly shouted, "Hey, uncle, you can do it." But it was a pity that time was too short. "I understand." Bing nodded his head. The intense energy undulation caused the air to be in a mess. The air within the radius of a few li was completely disrupted. The violent wind blew the sand, covering the sky and covering the sun. Only the light crack was clear. The four of them immediately understood. "How's the awakening reagent?" Bing asked. Only the stars in the sky were looking down at the earth day and night. Bing was also startled. "Disapproving?" Bing's eyebrows twitched. Although Bing kept saying that they were cannon fodder, but the army was still personally built by him. Hearing that they were being looked down upon, he was immediately unhappy. Ever since Tang Yi's shocking blade, one of the 2 Heaven Road list martial artists died and the other was injured, such a shocking result, not only did it cause them to be filled with fanatical worship for Tang Yi, it also made them realize that the army that they were training was extremely strong. Even without Tang Yi's urging, everyone was training with all their might. All the awakening reagents were made by Old Man Fei overnight, and every ingredient was bought at a high price in Yong'an City. Bing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Umbrella tactic? Tang Yi was startled. It was a relatively simple basic tactic, and was the basis of many other tactics. After a while, he was enlightened. His mind was roused. "I guarantee that I will complete the mission." The surging and berserk energy undulation produced a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The sand that was originally swept up by the airflow was swept away. The scene of sand and stones flying around suddenly disappeared. Uncle Bing was right, he had to take care of himself. Chapter 304. A bit like a battle tribe, Bing was slightly surprised, and immediately fell into deep thought. Perhaps, one day, he would die in battle. His indifferent face became calm again. But, no matter how much he inhaled the smoke, there was no reaction. Yaya became angrier, and suddenly rushed into the smoke. Ling Shu's hand stopped, and immediately laughed out loud, with a heroic spirit. "After this battle, you will have to cultivate." "How is it? Are you afraid?" He did not know what other people were thinking, but for the upcoming battle, he only had anticipation and excitement. Every short and intense battle, he would always have a different understanding. That feeling of burning his life made him deeply intoxicated. In the troops, there were their own children. Among the crowd, there were people who could not help but cry. Ling Shu wiped off the medicine on his body, and carefully wrapped himself with bandages. No one laughed, and no one spoke. The entire tribe was filled with an indescribable pressure. Everyone in the tribe came out from their own homes to send off the troops. Yaya suddenly turned his head, the tears in his eyes had disappeared completely, and his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The 3 small mechanical beasts suffered different degrees of damage, and Sai Lei specially made a new body for them, which was even more valiant. The tyrant Sai was now very generous, and gave the 3 little rascals a ridiculously high configuration. Flamingo's deep dark red eyes stared at him. Suddenly, it bent its neck, and lightly rubbed its head on Ling Shu's arm. Yaya's little head was like a chicken pecking at rice. It stuck out its chest and raised its head, trying its best to display a strong appearance, and behind it, the 3 little rascals stood neatly in a row, all raised their heads. A few of the soldiers in the army could not help but have their eyes turn red. In fact, they also knew their hope of winning this battle was actually extremely slim. A bright red flame emerged from Flamingo's body, blazing and reckless. In that moment, the wild flame filled Ling Shu's vision. The flame gradually converged. The bright red flame was cold and silent. Flamingo's eyes became dark red, like an extremely dense flame. These tough men who were born in the desert were already used to fighting. Moreover, if they won this battle, they would win everything. Tang Tian lowered his head. Yaya was grabbing onto his trousers, her eyes wide open. Behind it were 3 little followers, the bronze goat, bronze tortoise, and bronze squirrel. He was an idiot. Following by Tang Tian's side, he was constantly under immense pressure. Tang Tian's jaw-dropping improvement speed made every proud and arrogant genius feel as though there was a dagger behind their backs. He was like that, and so was Ling Shu. They didn't need anyone to spur them on at all. The two of them didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and cultivated with all their might. Feng Chou's head floated over, and he asked curiously, "Young Tang, aren't you wearing your glasses?" The smoke didn't seem to notice, and proudly said, "What's the use of staring at me? You guys just stay here obediently and don't drag us down. You little dolls, the battlefield is not a place for you guys to go." Thinking about the past, he was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that after obtaining the crane body energy in front of him, it was a smooth road, and if he trained diligently, he would be able to reach the heights of his ancestor. Only now did he know how naive he was in the past. If not for him signing the martial spirit contract with Tang Tian, he would definitely not be able to reach the realm he was today. The smoke snorted disapprovingly, "Don't waste your energy, Bud Spirit General. If I did not seal myself up, killing you would be as easy as killing an ant." They were very clear what kind of battle Tang Tian and the rest were facing. If not for Tang Tian, Crane knew that he would not be so hardworking. His hands held onto the crane sword that was placed on his knees. The simple and unadorned wooden sword sheath had no patterns, only traces of time. No one would have thought that, under the simple and unadorned sword sheath, would actually be a gold saint sword. Yah. Yaya's little mouth flattened even more, like a wave shaking his head, tears were about to fall. Yaya's eyes glowed fiercely, whoosh, he brought the 3 little fellows, and immediately surrounded the smoke. In the darkness, the aura around his body suddenly burst out, the wind dispersed in all directions, his jet-black hair fluttered, and the wooden boards in the quiet room suddenly burst open. He could not help but think of Tang Tian. His calm and emotionless face could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. The 3 little fellows also uniformly turned their heads and stared at the smoke. Its little fellows were completely stunned. Thinking about the time when he was in the sect, he was already the most hardworking person in the sect. If he were to return to the sect after learning the crane body energy, he was afraid that he would forever be the frog at the bottom of the well. Yaya had a huge change, the armor on his body was even brighter, he carried a small bow and arrows on his back, a small flag stuck on his butt, indistinctly had a ball of mist churning, like a blurred word. Tang Tian did not know that when he rejected Yaya, it would cause such a series of reactions. All his attention now was completely focused on the battle that was about to begin. Ling Shu laughed out loud, flipped over and sat on the bird's back, picked up the silver spear, and rushed out of the room like a gust of raging fire. Yaya acted as though he did not hear it, and breathed with all his might. He stood up. When he walked out of the room, he realized that everyone was already waiting for him, and immediately laughed. Yaya, everyone's speed is quite fast." "Really? It's really true." Feng Chou was surprised. Tang Tian's red and blue eyes had indeed become extremely faint. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to tell. Tang Tian shook his head. "This time, the person is too powerful, you guys better stay here obediently." Ling Shu laughed at himself. Recalling the handwritten scroll that his grandmaster left behind, he finally understood why his grandmaster, when he was young, traveled everywhere, from the distant ancient East to this place. It was this long journey that allowed his grandmaster to gradually grow and have all the achievements he had. Heavenly Crane had hibernated for too long. In the meditation room, there was not a single ray of light, it was as dark as ink. A pair of eyes slowly opened. Clear and calm eyes, without a ripple like an ancient well, had an indescribable peace. This was the first time Flamingo used a 7th-level star rock. And in this period of time, the many new techniques that she had developed were all used on them. This was purely out of habit. After finishing, he immediately threw them to the side, as though he had no time to bother with them. The 3 little fellows naturally followed Yaya. Wearing the golden threaded white robe, he did not know what material the white robe was made of. It was sturdy and comfortable, and did not affect his battle. Although it had been many years, but it looked brand new. He changed Flamingo's new 7th level star rock. For this bitter battle, the expensive star rocks were all used. He finally understood why there were so many martial artists who cherished the danger of losing their lives and continued to challenge others. Because only in between life and death, a person's potential could truly burst forth. And only in an intense battle could one know one's own shortcomings. His expression was focused, meticulous. Everyone's face was solemn and solemn. In their eyes, the two family 6 guards were far away strong martial artists. Even the 3 big shots of Lupu's constellation in front of them were like children. He continued to speak mysteriously. Also, I have a very powerful discovery. His silver palm gently caressed Flamingo's body. Haha, you're excited. Recruit barracks. Just like the Bud Spirit General, it opened its mouth and started to suck in the black smoke with all its might. Who? Humph, don't tell me you guys still want to fight with me? Overestimating yourselves. The smoke snorted. Hee hee, I can't say. Tang Tian shook his head seriously like a rattle drum. I plan to give them a big surprise. Alright, the moment before the battle, to recall such shameful things, was a blow to their morale. Ling Shu could feel the excitement from Flamingo. Crane meditated for a full 3 days. This was not something that could be replaced by daily training and pure thinking. Tang Tian was dumbfounded, but thinking about how tough the battle would be, he definitely did not have the time to take care of these rascals. He hardened his heart and firmly shook his head. No, you guys stay here obediently. The identity of the 2 family 6 guards had long spread throughout Lupu's constellation. Seeing that the morale of the army did not drop, but instead rose slightly, Tang Tian could not stand it anymore, and could only escape. Tang Tian used all his strength to jump, and immediately became extremely happy. Ayaya, I am so full of energy today. I must definitely beat them to a pulp. The battles that he had experienced along the way were like pieces of grindstones, polishing his sword, making it even sharper. Feng Chou and the 3 rascals were completely stunned. Feng Chou's surprise made Tang Tian even more pleased. Hehe, this godlike young lad is so strong. Yaya's face was pitiful, his chubby little hands gesturing. His clear eyes lit up with a cold aura. Ha 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 ha. You little trash, you also want to participate in the battle, don't embarrass yourselves. You are too weak, so weak that you can only be slaughtered by others. The smoke came out with a mocking tone. Every detail of the battle with Wu Tai Yu kept rolling in his mind, repeatedly appearing, and he kept digesting and summarizing. Yaya's mouth flattened, and tears immediately flowed out. The smoke came out with a panicked and angry roar. He killed Wu Tai Yu. It was extremely dangerous. Wu Tai Yu underestimated the crane sword in his hand. When the earthen wave bear was restrained by the crane sword, Wu Tai Yu's face was filled with shock. These few days, he constantly thought about every scene, and benefited a lot, far beyond his imagination. But very quickly, the elders in the tribe started to encourage him loudly. Yaya was completely enraged, its little eyes were like a wild beast. It was the lowest level Bud Spirit General. After continuous nourishment, it felt that its body was different from before. But at this time, it completely forgot about everything else. Its instincts had taken over its body. Flamingo looked at Ling Shu with a look of disdain. What discovery? Feng Chou was stunned. But, no matter what, it has to be after I complete my own wish. But by his side, you will never be afraid, you will never be afraid, and then follow him to do some stupid things. Thinking about that, even Crane, who was indifferent, had the urge to facepalm. I'm not wearing it anymore. Tang Tian happily turned his face, and moved his face closer. Look, it's getting lighter again. Hehe, these few days, I finally figured out how to control these 2 eyes. You want to fight too? Tang Tian squatted down, his face surprised. Chapter 305. To actually leave Crane alone to protect the army, that was truly amateurish. The 2 family 6 guards truly lived up to their name. Single Blade, who was by her side, had a cold gaze. He was sprinting in an extremely strange manner. His body was slanted to the right, forming an extremely small angle with the ground, as though he was about to fall at any time. His arm drooped down, The blade tip just happened to touch the ground. The opponent's army was undoubtedly the biggest weakness, to tangle with Tang Tian and the other two, to get rid of the army, and then form the advantage of 6 against 3. While sprinting, Meng Wei unsheathed the sword at her waist. The gold light aura, with an astonishing speed, continuously converged onto the sword in her hand. In a breath of time, the dense gold light aura on her sword was like a layer of gold liquid, flying like a sharp sword, slicing the air apart. Everyone was waiting for the honorable martial alliance to make their move. What did Tang Tian and the rest count as? In their hearts, Tang Tian and the rest would definitely lose. The only thing that made them interested was when the honorable martial alliance would make their move. That would be the climax that made them excited. They did not believe that the honorable martial alliance would let Tang Tian be killed by Onyx Soul for no reason. Meng Wei said coldly, "I am not worried about old Jun Tu and Single Blade, but the 3 of you, to deal with an army, be careful." Meng Wei and Single Blade welcomed Tang Tian and Ling Shu. Meng Wei's expression turned cold. The original plan, I will deal with Tang Tian, Single Blade will tangle with Ling Shu, and old Jun Tu will lure Crane away. The 3 of you, get rid of the cannon fodder, and end the battle quickly. 300 million star coins, to them, was a huge sum. Looking down from the sky, they would see a strange scene. The 20 li of the battlefield was empty, and at the outer perimeter of the battlefield, sand dunes rose up from the ground, forming a circular belt of sand dunes. Meng Wei could feel everyone's pressure, and said indifferently, "That is the best, we can finish this battle in one go." That was Meng Wei's tactic, simple and effective. "Heh, they want to step on our shoulders." The one-armed blade man said coldly. The battle between armies and martial artists was a game of numbers. The individual combat power of a martial artist far surpassed that of an ordinary soldier. They had an extremely strong advantage in certain areas. Furthermore, they were more agile and often took the initiative. And the advantage of an army was that they had more people, and their overall strength was more solid. Seeing the chaotic enemies, Meng Wei and the rest relaxed even more. If there was an army, the experts would stand guard around the army. Armies had the advantage in positional warfare, but advancing armies, to experts, were simply full of flaws. A fiery red figure was the first to rush out. Ling Shu couldn't hold back any longer. All the scouts shook their heads at the same time. In the various constellations, many people who were watching the battle shook their heads as well. An army that had lost the protection of experts was extremely weak. She said calmly, "The elder prepared a bounty of 2 billion star coins for the 6 of us." From their point of view, Tang Tian and the others were just the fuse. No one believed that they could defeat the 2 families' 6 guards. "Is everyone ready?" Tang Tian asked in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. Qiuji Jun was stunned. "Hiss. That's very possible." The Amethyst Lady laughed, "If they win us, the southern sky's 42 constellations, this small pond, will not be able to keep them. Even if they go to the northern sky, they can still have a place." Both parties stopped at the same time, and faced each other. Junior brother has always been arrogant, and has no one in his eyes, to actually say such words. "Then we will kill them all," Manju, who was like an iron tower, said fiercely. Old Feng laughed, "Big sister, you are looking down on us. What army? It is enough to scare the amateurs, it is just those 2 idiots, who will go head first. At the very most, this broken army has only been formed for 2 months. To be able to train up an army in 2 months, that army is too worthless. Guess what these people did in the past? They are all ordinary martial artists in the tribe, I reckon they were just bandits before." As expected, it was as they expected. Halfway through, Meng Wei and the other 5 suddenly split into 2 groups. In the sky and on the ground around the desert, many people were watching the battle. All the martial artists who originally wanted to witness Wu Taiyu's glory were all focused on the world-shocking battle. The 2 family 6 guards were infamous. In front of Old Feng and the other 2, ordinary Heaven's Road-grade martial artists were unable to pose any threat. The 3 of them were people who had been through battles for a long time, and had rich experience. Against such a cannon fodder army, it was extremely easy. And he did not advance in a straight line, but from start to finish, He moved in a slight arc, leaving behind a wave-shaped long blade mark on the sand behind him. They want to fight a decisive battle with us. Old Feng said. Herr Elder is really generous this time. The amethyst lady laughed. Crane sighed helplessly. These two rascals, when can they be more reliable? Meng Wei's gaze was the first to land on the army. Her face was calm, but her heart heaved a sigh of relief. Old Feng was right. The army was truly nothing to be afraid of. There were only 200 people, and their military formation was average. The troops were loose and disorganized, and the soldiers' movements looked extremely jerky. Bing's poker face was expressionless, and he waved his hand, advance. No one cared about him. One was biting cold and sharp, the other was strange and unpredictable. The front and back were disjointed. All of these star treasures were usually not eye-catching, but at that moment, they were extremely useful. But the opponent knew of their background, and still dared to put on a decisive battle stance that was enough to prove that the opponent was confident in his own strength, or had other methods. Such a lucky young man. The amethyst lady's eyes lit up. If only I had met him earlier. Although they spoke casually, but in their hearts, they did not dare to underestimate him. The local martial artists of Lupu's constellation were all confused. They did not understand what they were doing. All of the martial artists were powerful, and their efficiency was terrifying. After a while, a sand dune that was over 50 m tall rose from the ground, and they flew to the top of the sand dune and looked towards the center of the battlefield. The army slowly advanced. They had followed 2Ru High for many years, and no one was clearer than them of the elder's temper. Taboo in the battlefield. Meng Wei calmed down. The army that suddenly appeared was the biggest worry in her heart, and was also the most uncertain factor in the entire battle. Now that the biggest uncertain factor was eliminated, her last worry was also eliminated. Regardless of which, to them, it was not a good thing. Hey, don't think of me as a petty person. Sima Xiao laughed. This is just a small test. If you cannot even pass this, then you do not have the qualifications to be my opponent. Tang Tian did not care. He raised both of his arms. Wa Wu, go go go. Two completely different styles, but the impact it gave people was equally strong. The local martial artists of Lupu's constellation were naturally dumbstruck. They did not expect that their first move would be so astonishing. Even the scouts from the higher-level constellations were all attracted by the two's astonishing aura. Regardless if it was Tang Tian, Ling Shu, or Meng Wei's group, they were all as fast as lightning. The astonishing speed caused countless of Lupu's constellation martial artists to exclaim. And the scouts sent by the powerhouses were even stronger and more knowledgeable. Their gazes, coincidentally, landed on the army. The blade tip sliced through the sand, releasing a bone-chilling sound. Manju laughed foolishly. We are going to be rich this time. The amethyst lady burst out laughing. So it is that kind of army. It makes my heart tremble. The matters outside the battlefield did not distract the two parties. The Heaven Road list of 9,000 strong martial artists, to the Lupu's constellation, was an unreachable existence. Countless eyes were fixated on the battle. How long had it been since such a battle attracted the attention of others? There had never been a battle that made them feel so pressured. Losing, not mentioning the damage to their reputation, Wu Taiyu's death, had already caused the clan elders to lose face, if there were any accidents in the battle. If the Honorable Martial Alliance were to make a move, then it would be a clash between two top-notch martial artists. Suddenly, Meng Wei raised her head. Following that, a few others also sensed it, and immediately kept quiet, raising their heads to look into the distance. The others were enlightened, and followed suit. This was a battle that they had to win. Qiu Zhijun said indifferently, although they messed up your plans, your revenge is too fast, isn't it? Isn't this what they call hatred does not last overnight? Old Feng laughed, but the spirit general at the front has some standards, 8th level, Grandmaster grade blade techniques. I never thought that he would be proficient in military formations, such a spirit general. I wonder where did Tang Tian get him from? Meng Wei had not finished speaking, and was the first to rush out. The other 5 were like arrows that left the bow, whooshing out. The other few people's faces congealed. They did not know much about the enemy, a group of new recruits. All the information was limited. Their intelligence was not weak, but the useful information they had was pitiful. Everyone's spirits were roused. 2 billion star coins, Meng Wei 500 million, the other 300 million each. With such a huge reward, there would definitely be brave people. Everyone immediately became excited. The army's advancement speed was not slow, but in the battlefield, it was like a tortoise. Among the spectating martial artists, there were many scouts from the big powerhouses. Star treasures continuously lit up with light auras, all of them came prepared. With the star treasure of Telescope Constellation, it allowed them to be 20 li away, and still be able to capture every detail of the battlefield. With the star treasure of Alta Constellation, this type of treasure was able to transmit everything that was happening in front of them to a faraway place. Tang Tian saw that Ling Shu was actually faster than him, and shouted, "I'm here." Tang Tian and the rest were here. The martial artists of Lupu's constellation were all drooling. Star treasures like this were not only uncommon, but were extremely expensive, and ordinary martial artists would not even buy them. Compared to the country bumpkins of Lupu's constellation, the martial artists that came from a higher level constellation were much richer. Sima family. Sima Xiao looked at the silver-ranked Heaven's Mirror altar on the table, his mouth revealing a pleased smile, and muttered to himself, full of playfulness, "I have helped you block the helpers. It is such a good opportunity. Don't disappoint me, young lad Tang." They all took out their tools and immersed themselves in digging. On the sand dune, it was densely packed with people. Chapter 306. Meng Wei's Blood Meridians comes from one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, Cetus constellation, white whale blood. Fatty Li Baya took a deep breath. That is a genuine equatorial palace hall silver blood, a constellation blood meridian that possesses the power of a constellation, and is not just a name. Her strongest point is her power, the power of the white whale. A pity she has not completely activated her blood meridians. If not, with the power of the whale, who can stop her? "I've seen your sword techniques." The wind was like a knife cutting his face, his heart was like a fire without fear. Yong'an City. Fatty Li and Mo Wei Tian were watching the battle. Under the dazzling sunlight, the perspiration-covered face had a heart-palpitating calmness. Sima Xiao suddenly laughed. Why was he worrying for Tang Tian? He suddenly asked curiously, "Senior brother, if you meet her, what can you do?" The smile on Sima Xiao's face disappeared, and his face became gloomy. Tang Tian's mouth twitched with difficulty. He laughed. It was extremely ugly. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, as though he was recovering his strength. Bang! So, the strongest opponent was only like this. If not for his astonishing intuition, and his strength being stronger than most people, he would have long died under Meng Wei's sword. Meng Wei was like a leech, one sword after another. Her sword techniques were simple and unadorned, simple and clean, but her strength was extremely terrifying. The golden light enveloping the sword body was a smokescreen. No one would have thought that such a petite body would actually possess such terrifying strength. The scariest thing was her hands. As though they were broken, she could not feel them at all. Who? Sima family. There were many different types of blood meridians, but the truly exquisite ones were split into 3 schools: constellation blood meridians, ancient blood meridians, and new blood meridians. Ancient blood meridians were the blood meridians passed down from the ancient fighting races. The ancient races had experienced countless of generations of reproduction, intermarriage, and the blood meridians had become extremely mixed. The advantage was that the people would become smarter, but the disadvantage was that their fighting instincts had disappeared. The blood meridian specialists would continuously refine and search for ancient blood meridians, allowing the people to regain their fighting instincts. Don't look down on Tang Tian. Qiu Jun shook his head. Look carefully, although he is being suppressed, but he has not lost. His strength is not weak, his intuition is astonishing, his willpower is tenacious. You must not look down on him. Meng Wei raised the sword in her hand, and placed it in front of her. Under the wave of suffocating attacks just now, Tang Tian's outstanding intuition was displayed to the extreme. He did not activate the King Peacock eyes. He wanted to see how strong this woman was. A dazzling light aura blossomed from Tang Tian's fingertips. The light aura that belonged to the fire scythe ghost claw once again shone brightly. Tang Tian's fighting spirit was boiling, His charging speed suddenly increased, the bleeding cat scythe in his hands opened up, the faint cat sob lingering around him. Qiu Zhijun's pale face frowned. This is not the right path. She relies on the power of her bloodline, and her comprehension of the sword is very ordinary. But Tang Tian did not know that the shock in Meng Wei's heart was no less than his. Mo Wei Tian was speechless. Equatorial Palace Silverblood, these 5 words, caused his face to turn ashen. Tang Tian was completely stunned. The 2 family 6 guards are the 6 strongest martial artists that Tu Hai personally created. In the beginning, there were 36 martial artists that were chosen, and in the end, there were only 6 left. For the 2 family 6 guards, Tu Hai practically squandered all of his wealth. It's funny that I laughed at him for being stupid. I am as stupid as a pig. Meng Wei sensed something, and her heart jumped. He was known for his strength, and this was something that he was rather proud of. But the power that Meng Wei's sword body transmitted made him unable to defend. The clothes on his body were torn to shreds by the overflowing qi. Perspiration flowed down Tang Tian's face. He looked as though he was fished out from a river, the mist rising, releasing white qi. He opened his mouth wide, gasping for breath, allowing the perspiration to flow into his mouth. Bang! This was a terrifying process that lingered between life and death, but once one endured it, it would be a whole new world. The fire scythe ghost claw clashed with the opponent's sword. Tang Tian's heart thumped. Not right. The immense power caused the 10 tall sand dune to explode. The scene of hundreds of tons of sand exploding like heavenly maidens scattering flowers was extremely spectacular. It was not only Meng Wei who sensed that something was wrong. Many people had already noticed Tang Tian, who was retreating step by step, and was completely suppressed, but was bitterly holding on. Meng Wei counted in her heart. She had already released 31 sword. Now, it's my turn. Such a powerful blood meridian, isn't that an extreme Earth-grade blood meridian? Sima Xiao was moved. Fatty Li continued, this Meng Wei is Tu Hai's most perfect creation. Out of the 36 people that were selected, Meng Wei was the weakest, and only trained in the most superficial martial techniques. She was an orphan that Tu Hai picked up on the road, and was only 11 years old at that time, and was as skinny as a match. Tu Hai used his blood meridians, and started to transform the 36 people. Very quickly, there were people who could not hold on, and died. Following the continuous upgrade of the blood meridians, there were only 6 left. And Meng Wei, compared to the other 5, had one more round of transformation. Who would have thought that the little girl at that time would actually become the strongest? No, it's the Equatorial Palace Hall grade. Qiu Zhijun's eyebrows relaxed, and once again became indifferent. 10 Equatorial Palace Halls, only one constellation is known for its strength, Cetus constellation. This lady's qi is calm, her gaze is clear, it should be the white whale blood. The white whale in the whale has a flawless heart. Sima Xiao was dumbstruck. What a barbaric girl. Senior brother, her sword techniques are so powerful. The Meng Wei in front of him did not know fatigue. Sword after sword, was like a prehistoric monster. The uncle had said before, women were like Tyrannosaurus rex that could spit fire. In the past, Tang Tian scoffed at this saying. But today, Tang Tian felt that the uncle was right. Other than Meng Wei not being able to spit fire, she was no different from a Tyrannosaurus rex. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Mo Wei Tian's gaze did not move away from the screen, and said. Mo Wei Tian saw that Tang Tian was completely suppressed, and was so nervous that his palms were sweating, but hearing Fatty Li's words, he said, not necessarily, City Lord, do not be anxious. Mo Wei Tian was speechless. Meng Wei was like lightning, her entire being was like a sharp sword, cutting through the air. The sword in her hand was enveloped with a dense gold light aura. There had never been anyone who could block her 31 sword. It had to be said, Meng Wei's display of power and elegance completely suppressed Tang Tian. Direct and efficient, without any sloppiness, from start to finish, she had suppressed Tang Tian to the point that he could not even lift his head. There was no torrential downpour, it was just an ordinary sword after sword, but it was filled with a suffocating pressure. Tu Hai actually did such a thing? Mo Wei Tian's face turned green. Isn't Onyx Soul forbidden to do such things? Mo Wei Tian glanced at Fatty Li's physique, and really wanted to say that he was actually a pig. Fatty Li said helplessly, Onyx Soul is a place where fish and dragons mix together. Now that there are so many clan elders, who cares about you? The one who did it was not too are you high alone. Furthermore, you and I are willing. Does Blood Meridians not need money? The two figures were like two dazzling bolts of lightning, clashing head-on. She is very smart, using strength to break technique, cutting off the branches and taking the trunk. Her power actually multiplied. Qiu Zhijun said indifferently, it's a pity, she does not have anyone to guide her, and her comprehension of the sword is too little. Meeting a true expert in sword techniques, she will be in trouble. The sword is based on strength. His eyelashes that were covered in sweat trembled, as though the door to another world was trembling. Cetus constellation was one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, and the majority of the constellation's power was in the hands of the constellation master. To be able to provide the silver-ranked, white whale blood, his position in Cetus constellation was definitely not low. Bit by bit, after experiencing the initial shock and panic, Tang Tian started to get used to the intensity of the attacks that he never dared to imagine in the past. So strong. And new blood meridians was a general term, referring to a few blood meridian specialists trying to fuse, mutate, and produce new blood meridians. These blood meridians were all blood meridians that had never existed before in history, so they were collectively called new blood meridians. But these blood meridians were after all artificial, and usually had many unpredictable flaws. Thus, these blood meridians were not welcomed in the market, and no one dared to try them out. Tang Tian blocked left and right, swaying and tottering, as though he could collapse at any time, but after 31 swords, he did not fall. 1 sword, 2 swords, Tang Tian blocked them, and Meng Wei would think that he was lucky, but after 31 swords, even an idiot would not know that it was definitely not luck. Meng Wei stopped. She finally understood. She had underestimated Tang Tian. The intensity of the attack was unable to pose a threat to Tang Tian. Tang Tian was much stronger than she thought, but she had to stop here. That time in Yong'an City, the two of them did not exchange blows, and even the probing of qi was just a touch. But Tang Tian understood at that time that the lady was extremely strong. Meng Wei saw that Tang Tian did not show any signs of weakness and rushed over, showing that he wanted to fight head-on. Her cold eyes squinted, the cold aura like stars. In mid-air, her wrist trembled, and the sword trembled. Tang Tian's eyes slowly opened. Tang Tian, who had suffered a heavy blow, flew out once again. His palms were in pain. Meng Wei's strength was 3 times that of Tang Tian. The terrifying and barbaric power came from the opponent's sword, and before Tang Tian could react, his entire being was like a ball that was struck by a wooden stick, becoming a straight shadow, and plunged into the sand dune. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tian's palms blocked in front of his face. That was the strongest enemy that he had ever met. That's good, that's good. Sima Xiao patted his chest. With senior brother protecting me, I don't have to worry about my life, and won't end up like Tang Tian. The incoming imposing aura caused Tang Tian to feel a sharp pain in his body. Fatty Li was slightly disappointed. Tang Tian can't do it anymore. Of the 2 family 6 guards, Meng Wei is the strongest. There is no more suspense. In mid-air, Tang Tian's bent body suddenly straightened up. He raised his head, sparkling and translucent perspiration dripped onto the sand below him. Constellation blood meridians contained the power of the constellation, thus its power was strong. Living beings that lived in the constellation would receive the baptism of the constellation's power day and night, and had a certain chance of producing a constellation blood meridian. The more the constellation's power, the purer the constellation's blood meridian would be. So the generations of constellation masters all had extremely strong blood meridians. Their descendants had a high chance of inheriting the blood meridians. Pure physical strength, combined with simple sword techniques, Tang Tian's true power and martial techniques were completely defeated. Salty. Oh, could it be that Patriarch Mo thinks that Tang Tian still has a chance? Fatty Li was surprised. He immediately shook his head and sighed. He was angry and jealous. 2 Ru Hai's life is good. 2 Ru Hai and I are enemies, and I am clear of the situation of the 2 family 6 guards. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and endured. Every sword strike caused his entire body to tremble, all the muscles on his body trembled, and his skin seemed to be burning red. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was drenched in perspiration, as though he had just been fished out of the water. Tang Tian's mind was in a daze, his mouth full of sand, and before he could react, a sword aura pierced through the sand and appeared in front of him. Chapter 307. Single Blade's blade technique was light and agile. The changes were strange, causing Ling Shu's heart to be secretly shocked. But his pointed sea spears was the nemesis of such blade techniques. The pointed sea spears were unchanging, and were not affected by the opponent. Qiao Feng constellation was one of the ancient constellations that disappeared. If it was another constellation, Ouyang Yangsha might not know, but Qiao Feng constellation was a constellation that every Aries constellation student knew, because the constellation that swallowed Qiao Feng constellation was Aries constellation. The pointed sea spears was like a swamp, faintly emitting a suction force. And, for some reason, every time the spear aura swept past, Single Blade's heart would suddenly feel an intense sense of danger. Qiu Zhijun's eyes released a bright light, his clothes fluttering without any wind. He slowly spat out 5 words, King Peacock Eyes. A lump of shadow gradually became clearer and thicker beneath his feet. Ling Shu was taken aback. With a thought, Flamingo retreated backwards, his fingers moving continuously. In a flash, he laid out waves of spear auras in front of him. Hey, Zhuoyang, what are you doing? Ouyang Yangsha glanced at Zhuoyang, who was watching the screen, with a face of surprise. Aren't you going to rest? You have a test in the afternoon. Single Blade's eyes flashed with a cold aura. He decided to end the battle quickly. This technique, Flock Blade Cloud, consumed a lot of energy, and Single Blade rarely used it, but he had never failed, and the only time it was broken through was by Big Sister Meng Wei. Single Blade's second slash in front of him missed, and his heart was surprised. Most martial artists, if they were attacked from behind, their first reaction would be to move forward, to get rid of the enemy. Ling Shu had rich battle experience. Flamingo and his thoughts were linked, and did not move forward, but instead fiercely jumped backwards. Ling Shu suddenly realized, Single Blade's figure was nowhere to be seen, and his face changed. Not good, above my head. I almost made a huge mistake. I definitely cannot be tricked by this asshole, but... Ouyang Yangsha's face was covered in tears. He had actually forgotten that the person in front of him was a bookworm. His arm, with an extremely small tremble, countless tiny saber radiance, constantly gushed out from his saber body, into the sparrow saber cloud. Ouyang Yangsha was stunned. He subconsciously shook his head. How is that possible? Wasn't Qiao Feng constellation swallowed by our Aries constellation? Hey, did you learn history for nothing? I have 1,000,000 star coins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Yangsha even had the thought of finding a piece of tofu and knocking his head against it. If the top student doesn't take the exam, the teacher will chat a little. The saber cloud grew thicker and thicker. Single Blade's face revealed a strenuous expression. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Ling Shu. Zhuoyang rattled off a bunch of things, directly knocking Ouyang Yangsha unconscious. Hey, where is he? Ouyang Yangsha was a little tempted, but when he thought of the teacher in charge of the examination in the afternoon, his heart trembled. Shua. Single Blade was also startled. Knights like Ling Shu usually walked the path of firm and fierce spear arts. Never had he imagined that Ling Shu's spear arts would be fluid and full of tangled strength, which was so unconventional. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Yangsha immediately sobered up. He immediately regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He said, "What I meant was, Aries constellation." Ling Shu's heart was beating wildly. Almost at the same time, he felt a chill behind his neck. It truly is the blood meridians of Qiao Feng constellation. What about the exam? Ling Shu's heart suddenly trembled. The opponent's chi suddenly became erratic and light, and he was unable to lock onto it. B-blade. This strange sense of familiarity came from nowhere. Ling Shu dared to guarantee that it was the first time he had encountered such a strange blade technique. If Ouyang Yangsha did not take the exam, the teacher would beat him to death. Good. I'll go. I'm watching people fight. Zhuoyang did not even turn his head. His appearance was delicate and pretty, with a bit of scholarly air. He hugged onto a bucket of popcorn and ate at the same time. There's only so much to do during the exam. Do you need to rest? A fine blade aura swept past his scalp. The ice-cold blade aura caused all the hairs on Ling Shu's body to stand. A strand of silver hair on the back of his head was cut off and scattered into the air. Ling Shu squinted his eyes and looked at Single Blade in front of him. Black and yellow intersecting bee patterns covered Single Blade's entire body, making him look as though he was painted. A trace of suspicion flashed past Ling Shu's heart. He did not know why, but the opponent's blade technique actually made him feel somewhat familiar. The dense blade aura that resembled a swarm of bees collided with the spear aura. The surface of the spear aura exploded with countless sparks. It shrunk by half, but it forcefully broke through Ling Shu's pointed sea spears. How could a person's temperament change so much? Without thinking, Ling Shu suddenly lowered his body and laid on Flamingo's back. Vermilion bee blade cloud. After breaking through 2 layers of spear screens, the fragmented blade aura finally disappeared. Ji Ling. Ouyang-Shi's mind flashed with a beautiful figure. Meng Wei was indescribably shocked. The Tang Tian in front of her was brimming with dangerous qi. Ouyang-Shi's heart palpitated, but he was still calm. His mind kept repeating, "Don't go, don't go." Lupu's constellation. Zhuo Yang did not notice the change in Ouyang-Shi's expression. His attention was focused on the screen. It was his ice blue left eye. What exactly was that? Ling Shu's situation was much better than Tang Tian's. Zhuo Yang did not even look at Ouyang-Shi. While stuffing popcorn into his mouth, he chattered incessantly. This is hailed as a battle that will change the entire situation. The entire world's situation will change because of it. Your blood is boiling. Young man, if you miss this battle, it will be a lifetime regret. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian in shock. Single Blade descended at an extremely fast speed. The blade in his hand was raised up high. Countless of fragmented blade auras, like a swarm of black bees, surrounded his blade and whistled. Suddenly, Ouyang-Shi thought about the opponent's identity as a scholar, and felt that it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. When he saw the one-armed blade artist on the screen, he could not help but exclaim out loud. "Oh!" Zhuo Yang's reply made Ouyang-Shi feel that he did not even hear his teachings. Just as Ouyang-Shi was prepared to attack him again, Zhuo Yang suddenly said, "Speaking of which, that guy holding the blade seems to have the blood meridians of Qiaofeng constellation. So fast." Zhuo Yang heavily patted Ouyang-Shi's shoulder, interrupting him. His face was filled with reverence as he looked at Ouyang-Shi. As expected of senior Ouyang, his breadth of mind and boldness is definitely not something an ordinary student can compare to. Ideals, this is the greatness of ideals. Only a person like senior is worthy of such a grand ideal. We will definitely return with great rewards. At that time, everyone will be shocked by our discoveries. Even senior Ji Ling will be shocked and worshipped by senior's achievements. She will definitely become senior's most fanatical fan. Now we are only left with the simplest problem, travel expenses. We only need 600,000 star coins, and we will be able to realize this grand plan. Ling Shu, who was below, for some reason, had a strange look on his face. I knew it, senior is such a hero, and will definitely not be overcautious, and will definitely not be afraid to move forward. That is because senior is a man of his word, and every spit he spits is a nail. Zhuo Yang clapped his hands, and said passionately, even this last obstacle has disappeared, then what else can stop us from realizing this grand plan? There is no time to lose, senior Ouyang, let us set off now. Single Blade, who was descending from the sky, his eyes flashed with a stern look, and fiercely slashed down. Ha! Ouyang-Shi felt that he had finally found a chance to mock the top student, and said earnestly, young lad, you must place your thoughts on the right path. Lupu's constellation? What kind of countryside is that? And even cause a change in the structure of the world? Only we, the 12 ecliptic palaces, have the qualifications to say such word. Single Blade's figure disappeared again, but this time, Ling Shu was prepared. He gently rubbed his fingers, and the pointed sea spears transformed into a ball-shaped spear screen, enveloping his entire body. On his face, a yellow and black pattern suddenly appeared, like the pattern on a bee's body. His expression immediately froze. Wait, what did I just say? In a faraway place, in a different corner, almost the same voice sounded out. Where did the battle take place? Ouyang asked, and hated himself for not living up to expectations. Tang Tian's left eye suddenly became azure blue, like an ice sapphire. Zhuo Yang and Ouyang did not notice that on the light screen behind them, Ling Shu, who was looking up, had a weird look on his face. Right. Zhuo Yang spoke very quickly. As fast as he spoke, he threw popcorn into his mouth. The popcorn formed a line, flying into his mouth, and said unclearly, Qiaofeng constellation, why don't we go and capture this guy to research? This kind of opportunity is not often seen. Our Aries constellation and Qiaofeng constellation have a deep relationship. Who knows, we might be able to find something interesting from inside. The pointed sea spears in his hands suddenly exploded like rain. Single Blade felt the temperature of the blood in his body dropping, his mouth curled into a cold smile, and the blade in his hand tightened. Before he could react, a fine blade aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Every blade aura was the size of a fingernail, but there were many of them, densely packed together, looking like a swarm of hornets. Countless cold auras flickered and interweaved. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with danger. Regardless of which angle Single Blade sneak attacked from, he would trigger his own spear screen. Single Blade did not chase, he needed to catch his breath. Ling Shu's pointed sea spears were filled with a sticky suction force. If he was not careful, he would easily fall into it. It was his first time seeing such a strange spear technique. Exam. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, and you're still thinking about exams? Don't tell me your heart is only so big. Alright, I admit that I have misjudged you. At most, I'll be a month of hard labor. That is already the most severe punishment. Senior, think about it, using a month of hard labor to exchange for such a rare opportunity, what reason is there not to be willing? When Ouyang's foot stepped out of the door, he immediately reacted. Suddenly, Ling Shu's eyes constricted, Single Blade's right hand disappeared in the air. It was still the same face, clearly covered in sweat, but the bone-chilling cold indifference made it seem as though the young man in front of him had changed into another person. Ling Shu's unexpected action gave him a chance to catch his breath. Both sides quietly faced each other. Go and die. Single Blade's figure suddenly disappeared. SSSSI. King Peacock Eyes. Shua. Pavo constellation, Lang Yu, who was sitting in the palace watching the battle, suddenly stood up, staring at Tang Tian on the screen, his face filled with disbelief. King Peacock Eyes. Single Blade was scared witless. He knew that he could not continue like this. Chapter 308. Then what about Mahamayuri? It was Sima Xiao's first time hearing the song, and he felt that it was extremely fresh, but his senior brother did not mention Mahamayuri. By right, he should have exhausted all his energy, so how could he maintain such a high-intensity attack? Because he wanted to win, the astonishing qi flowed out, Meng Wei's hair fluttered, holding onto her sword, her eyebrows were solemn, as though she was a goddess of war. Suddenly, Meng Wei felt a trace of fatigue, and was surprised. She needed to focus even more, to be able to defend against Tang Tian's attacks. If not for Tang Tian's true power, which was only at the 7th level, then she would have been in deep trouble. Meng Wei had some suspicions in her mind. Her sword force was extremely heavy, and after clashing with Tang Tian so many times, Tang Tian acted as though he was fine. Tang Tian's strength was not bad, but that was only to normal people. To her, he could not even withstand a single blow. The sense of danger came again. It was the Demon King Blazing Firefly again. She was about to retract her sword and retreat. She immediately understood it was Tang Tian's crafty attacks, causing her to be in a constant state of nervousness, and her mental state was starting to show signs of fatigue. After Tang Tian activated his strange blue eyes, the power of his attacks did not change much, but the threat increased by a large margin. It has happened in the past, but it is extremely rare. Qiu Jun shook his head. The details have never been passed down. Let us first watch the battle. Pa. Suddenly, the star map of Cetus constellation appeared in the sky. A gentle light beam shot down from the sky, enveloping the sword in her hand. Was that Tang Tian's true intention? Meng Wei's expression was calm, but her heart was extremely cold. Both parties were fighting fast, causing people to be dazzled. Sparks exploded in front of Meng Wei, Tang Tian's blurred figure, flickering in and out of the flames. Meng Wei's expression was calm, the sword in her left hand did not slow down at all, and accurately struck Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. Meng Wei was a decisive person. Once she made a decision, she would not hesitate, and retreated. Hearing his senior brother muttering to himself, Sima Xiao was surprised. Why can't Tang Tian train in it? The sword accurately struck onto Tang Tian's body, but the feeling of emptiness in her hands made Meng Wei realize that her sword had missed. Tang Tian's strength had actually reached such a formidable level. Burn, red eyes. An I-type martial skill with an insight attribute. So powerful. I want every victory. Eternal victory. You can take the power of a constellation? Sima Xiao was in disbelief. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and stared at Meng Wei. He wanted to laugh, but in the end, it was as if he was convulsing. This kind of predicament, such a strong enemy, did not make Tang Tian feel the slightest bit discouraged. On the contrary, he felt very excited, sincerely excited. Suddenly, 3 specks of light that resembled fireflies appeared at the bottom of her vision. It was the first time in Meng Wei's life that she felt so tired. Ding! Furthermore, this fellow had clashed with him so many times. How could he possibly still have any strength left? In midair, he suddenly took a step forward. His figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared. No, I need to change this situation. Senior brother, what is the King Peacock Eyes? Sima Xiao turned and asked curiously, but it was rare to see his senior brother being so serious, and he felt that the matter was becoming more and more interesting. That was the demeanor of a true expert. Any strong martial artist, regardless of their fighting style, would never have a fatal weakness. But Tang Tian's heart did not have any ripples. He continued to change his figure, and under the King Peacock Eyes, the might of the wind concealment steps and fire scythe ghost claw was displayed to its fullest. In Tang Tian's ice-blue vision, Meng Wei's aura was soaring at an astonishing speed. An extreme sense of danger enveloped his entire body, and his ice-cold state of mind had signs of becoming unstable. I am that greedy. Kai Liu. The moment the sword in her hand clashed with Tang Tian's claw aura, she sensed that something was wrong. As expected, the sword suddenly bounced up. This was a sign that she had exhausted too much of her physical strength, and with Tang Tian's sharp battle senses, he would definitely be able to sense it. Surprisingly, Tang Tian did not chase after her. A series of sparks suddenly lit up in front of her eyes. Meng Wei's expression was normal, the sword in her left hand, brazenly thrusting forward. So it was like that. Qiu Zhijun's expression congealed even more. Tang Tian definitely used some method to snatch the constellation power of Pavo constellation, because if he won, he would be praised by everyone, because he won, he would be able to obtain a lot of wealth, because he won, he could continue to go further, because he won, he could continue to fight. The claw technique was extremely strange, but it was also ferocious and violent, an extremely brilliant claw technique. And his true power, from the initial ice cold, in the blink of an eye, had become even more ferocious and strange. The true power was like an intense spinning drill. Tang Tian laughed, revealing his snow-white teeth, and roared like thunder. Bang! I don't know if he is reliable. Hey, you must be reliable. Every time he pierced a light spot, a thread of ice-cold true power would enter the sword body. But what truly made Meng Wei feel troublesome was his freakish body technique. Pavo constellation? Sima Xiao suddenly thought of something, and raised his head. I remember, there was a piece of news a while ago, saying that many of the treasures of Pavo constellation had dropped in rank. This matter caused a lot of panic, and many people thought that Pavo constellation was going to follow in the footsteps of Immortal constellation. The sword sliced through the air. The sword body contained a powerful force, causing the air that the sword body touched to shatter, giving people the illusion that the sword body was distorting. Once again, it missed. There was no light aura, only pure power. Even the Demon King blazing firefly that was hidden inside was not able to cause any trouble for Meng Wei. Every time her arm was about to freeze, she would change the sword to another hand. Why do I want to win? In Tang Tian's ice-blue vision, Meng Wei, who was in front of him, did not have any flaws. Her sword techniques were simple and plain. She obviously knew her own strengths and weaknesses, and was a perfect match. Meng Wei was not without flaws, but she knew how to protect her weaknesses. And Tang Tian's attacks, regardless of the angle or timing, were all amazing, causing Meng Wei to feel unwell. Why am I so excited? Why am I so happy? Why am I not afraid at all? Both of their gazes were back on the battlefield. Tang Tian, who was standing in the air with his hands by his side, emitted an ice-cold aura, indifferently looking at Meng Wei in front of him. His muscles were still aching, but at the moment, Tang Tian's heart was as cold as ice. The sensations in his body were directly cut off. Such a strong enemy, if he could defeat her, then he would definitely improve by a huge step. She would definitely become stronger. Her left and right hands were actually equally strong. Borrowing the King Peacock eyes, Tang Tian and Meng Wei were evenly matched. Qiu Jun regained his senses, and explained, the reason why the King Peacock eyes is so strong, is because it is trained using the power of the constellation. To be able to use the power of the constellation, is only the constellation master. This generation's Peacock master is Lang Yu, Parvo constellation's Saint Treasure. The peacock plume is in his hands, so I am curious, how did Tang Tian manage to train in the King Peacock eyes? This posture is so ugly. Wait till I become stronger, I will definitely change it. If I am defeated by the T-Rex, I will definitely be laughed at by the housefly cow. It talks about a type of martial technique. Qiu Jun's expression congealed. The legends say that the King Peacock eyes can see through all the techniques in the world. It should be a type of I-type martial technique. There are very few people who can successfully train in it, so it is impossible for Tang Tian to train in it. The sword body trembled, accurately striking. Meng Wei shivered again, her right hand felt as though it was about to freeze. An extreme sense of danger assaulted Meng Wei's heart. Without thinking, her wrist trembled, the clear and crisp sound of the air exploding. The long sword brought forth a blurred sword image, and accurately pierced the 3 fireflies. Southern Sky 42, Phoenix Fire Armor, King Peacock Movement, Human Horse Amorous Spear, Heavenly Crane leaves the east, persevering like a jackal wolf. Qiu Jun said indifferently, there are not many people who remember this ballad, even I do not remember it completely. It talks about the Southern Sky 42, the strongest of each constellation. Phoenix Fire Armor, the strongest part of the Phoenix, is their fire-type armor. Their fire armor is tyrannical and powerful. Many Northern Sky grade armors cannot compare to it. Centaur God Spear refers to the Centaurus constellation. The martial artists of the Centaurus constellation are most proficient in throwing spears, throwing like the wind, and they are naturally romantic, open-minded. The founder of the Heavenly Crane constellation, Crane Spiritual Master, came from the east. Their martial techniques formed their own school, and is different from the other constellations. Persevering like a jackal wolf, Lupu's constellation's environment is harsh and barren, nurturing the Lupu's people's persevering character. In the Southern Sky 42, no one can compare to them. Wind concealment steps. It was as though there was something sleeping in her body that was gradually awakening. She did not like the feeling. The blood in her body was boiling. She raised her sword and bellowed, "White whale, bestow me the sword." Such a ferocious T-Rex. Uncle was right, such a ferocious creature. Could it be that Uncle did not marry because of this? Suddenly east, suddenly west, rushing forward and suddenly retreating, his body seemed to be able to change direction at any time, completely going against common sense. This allowed Tang Tian to attack from any angle. Meng Wei had no choice but to focus and deal with Tang Tian's unpredictable attacks. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian released the King Peacock eyes, and the blue left eye quickly became dim. The terrifying cold chi around his body suddenly disappeared, and the previously blocked pain and fatigue surged forth like a tide. Tang Tian groaned and almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and endured, but his face was distorted, looking extremely sinister. Only then did Meng Wei see Tang Tian's situation clearly, and her heart relaxed. Tang Tian was completely drenched, perspiring profusely, although the expression on his face was still ice-cold, but the perspiration and flushed face, the heavy breathing, the slightly trembling arms, all showed that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Such a strong enemy, If he could defeat her, it would definitely be satisfying. Tang Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. He used all his strength and opened up his arms. Tang Tian's entire body was trembling, looking like a broken scarecrow trembling in the wind. Meng Wei's eyes shrunk. She flipped her wrist, and the sword in front of her suddenly slashed horizontally. Meng Wei suddenly realized that she was holding onto an ice sword. It was extremely cold. She shivered and almost could not hold onto the sword. But her body was extremely strong. She clenched her teeth and endured it, and stabbed behind her. I never thought that I would have to use that move. Meng Wei did not look down on him. The Tang Tian in front of her had already given her too many surprises and surprises. Demon King Blazing Firefly. Chapter 309. The formation of the troops behind Bing was extremely weird. One after another, they formed an umbrella shape and converged around him. A blade aura whizzed past, causing the three of them to jump in fright, and immediately dodged to the side, pulling apart the distance. He could not help but turn his head, his gaze landing on the figure covered in black flames. Harboring such suspicions, the Lupu's army had attracted a lot of attention from the start. Especially when people saw that the one leading the army was a spirit general, they became even more curious. It seemed that every constellation had a possibility. Leo constellation was famed for fire, although black flames were rarely seen, but in Leo constellation, the probability of it appearing was considerable. Sagittarius constellation also had arrow flames, and Scorpio constellation had a higher probability of producing black flames. The blood meridians that 2RU high had come into contact with, the highest level was the equatorial Palace Hall silver meridians. As for higher levels, he could only imagine. Even the generals who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but be shocked. The spirit general was truly indulging in fantasy, to actually come up with such a weird formation. Using a spirit military general to deal with the battle already made everyone feel that Tang Tian wanted to give up on the army, and for the spirit military general to come up with such a weird formation, everyone felt that it was a joke. Luckily, that was not his original intention. He had countless battle formations, and knew that to rely on this motley crew to win was extremely difficult, and conventional methods would definitely not work. Give him another 2 to 3 months, he had the confidence to bring this group of cannon fodder to casually trample on the three fellows, but not now. What formation is this? Tang Tian's right eye suddenly turned red like blood. That was another world. Black flames quietly surged out from his body and flowed along the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, the black flames engulfed Tang Tian. Inside the black flames, only a vague human figure could be seen. The ecliptic Palace Hall silver blood and onyx soul were all bought from the declining descendants of the 12 palaces by paying an astonishing price. The 12 palaces had people who specialized in this business. After these achievements, due to the decline of their families, it was difficult to survive, and they could only use their blood meridians to exchange for survival, or exchange for opportunities for their descendants to advance. This spirit military general is somewhat troublesome. Old Feng's face was not good, the other two's faces were not good either. He was the master of Parvo constellation. His body had been baptized by the power of Parvo constellation for so many years, and the blood meridians in his body had long changed. However, he knew very well that his bloodline was far inferior to Tang Tian's. Generals were much rarer than martial artists. A general who could command 10 people would be able to find a high-paying job in any mercenary group. Whether a general was outstanding or not was determined by 2 criteria. The first was the ability to command. How many warriors could he command? The higher the rank, the higher the number. The second was the level of battle tactics. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Only by making the right decision at the right time could one obtain the best result. He spread his arms and stood there silently, black flames curling around him. A pair of dark red eyes slowly lit up from within the black flames. It was a terrifying sight. Lang Yu looked at Tang Tian, who was covered in black flames, with a peerless horror. Her hands and feet were ice-cold. When he saw Tang Tian's king peacock eyes, he could not help but have the thought of finding trouble with Tang Tian. But now, he no longer had any thoughts of finding Tang Tian. He did not know what the black flames were, but he knew it was not something he could provoke. 2RU High did not have any thoughts. and started to worry about the outcome of the battle. And the current Lion King Lei Yang was even more tyrannical on this point. Because of such matters, he had already started 3 wars, and blood flowed like rivers. Tu Yu Hai was also watching the battle. Because of some reasons, he did not personally go. Out of the 6 of them, he was most at ease with Meng Wei. But he never thought that Meng Wei would actually be the first to meet with a problem. Good. The Iron Tower, like Manju, agreed. His brute force was the most suitable for such a battle formation. All the palaces turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. But when he saw the black flames surging out from Tang Tian's body, he immediately stood up. The individual strength of military leaders were usually very weak, and in essence, military leaders were a type of support-type martial artist. They only trained in one way, and that was to control the aura. The so-called control aura was the ability to control the various sword auras and blade auras released by their comrades. The higher the control aura ability, the higher the ability to command. The battle was in a stalemate. Tang Tian's blue left eye attracted his interest, especially when he saw that Tang Tian was actually able to force Meng Wei to use the power of the constellation in her blood meridians. He was surprised, but in his heart, he thought that the battle was over. Blood meridians. That was definitely the power of blood meridians. Although the 12 ecliptic palaces had fought before, but to protect their descendants, they treated them equally. The disciples of the 12 ecliptic palaces could be killed, but anyone who dared to extract the blood meridians of the ecliptic palaces would definitely be punished by the palaces. As expected, behind Tang Yi, the large army was quickly changing their formation. In the battle, the most attention was focused on Tang Tian and Meng Wei's battle, but there was another battle that many people were paying attention to, and that was the Lupu's army. A low-level constellation like Southern Sky's 42 constellations had never had an army in the past. Countless thoughts flashed through Tu Yu Hai's mind, but his eyes were unwilling to leave the light screen for even a moment. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. If he could contribute a bloodline that was of a higher grade than the Equatorial Palace silver rank, then his status as an elder would definitely rise by a level. Above that was the golden bloodline. The reason he had started this conflict was because, given his position, no matter what he did in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, nothing would happen to him. If Tang Tian truly had the Ecliptic Palace's blood meridians, then Meng Wei would be in danger. In the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, he had the qualifications and the strength to do so. As for what disputes would arise later, it had nothing to do with him. His actions were within the scope of his authority, so no one could find fault with him. Equatorial silver blood, this was already quite difficult for him. The next level would be the Ecliptic Path silver bloodline, which was the pinnacle existence of the silver bloodline. This was not a problem of money. To be able to possess Ecliptic Palace's silver blood, one had to be a descendant of the 12 palaces. Of the 12 Ecliptic Palaces, a few of them were already on the verge of destruction. But no one had ever dared to have any ideas on the descendants of the 12 Ecliptic Palaces. But thinking about that, Tu Yu Hai's mind calmed down. If it was the Ecliptic Path silver blood, then he could not touch it. There was also the possibility of it being an ancient blood meridian. If that was the case, then it would definitely be a fat piece of meat. The most important reason was that talents were hard to come by. Any army needed a military leader, and with a military leader, then it could be called an army. At the start, when they heard that Lupu's constellation had an army, everyone thought it was a joke. Until they heard that 2 Heaven Road list martial artists met with the army, and one died and the other was injured, then everyone started to be interested. A spirit general with a commanding power of 200, that price was definitely sky high. But very quickly, someone realized that there was a spirit general in the army, commanding 50 people. But if that was the case, the spirit general with the poker face would have a commanding power of 150. Even a big organization like Onyx Soul would not dare to start a war with the big shots. Unless this small place truly had an army. All these years, he had long given up on the thought of climbing up, because he knew it was almost impossible. So he was a tyrant. Tang Yi's commanding power was 60, an ordinary staff sergeant's was 50, he was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, and had 10 more. Sima Xiao turned his head, and looked at his senior brother in a daze. Senior brother. Bing was very calm. The three of them had rich battle experience, and did not rush the formation, but made a detour, and ran to the back of the formation. It was their first time seeing such a weird formation, although they did not know the depth of it, but they could still see that the back of the formation was a huge flaw. Although the cannon fodder had trained in the umbrella formation for a few days, but to rely on a few days of time to completely understand the formation was simply impossible. Ecliptic Palace's silver blood. Tang Tian definitely had the Ecliptic Palace's silver blood in his body. Ancient race descendant. Or an extremely small chance of mutation. But everyone shook their heads. The Spirit General's commanding power was enough, but to rely on such an army, to defeat 3 of the 2 family 6 guards, was simply wishful thinking. Many people had their suspicions cleared, and immediately lost interest in the following battle, thinking that the 2 Heaven Road list martial artists were careless, and thus were killed by the cannon fodder army. He led the 50 men, and like a gust of wind, killed their way to the 3 of them. Without any nonsense, the Zambato in his hand suddenly slashed out, and at the same time, the Lupu's martial artists behind him brandished their curved blades in unison. The main army is changing formation. Amethyst reminded. Rush over. No matter how powerful he is, he only has 50 men. Old Foam clenched his teeth. Manju, you are the main attacker. A Spirit General with commanding power of 200 was a sky-high price. A Spirit General with commanding power of 150 was also a sky-high price. But they had met Tang Yi here. So when everyone saw that there were 200 people in this army, they were all shocked. His expression was extremely excited. He had never heard of any blood meridians that could produce black flames. He opened his eyes wide, his body leaned forward, and stared at the screen in a daze. Military general type Spirit Generals were called Spirit Military Generals, and were not rare. Especially military general type Spirit Generals with commanding power lower than 20, they were mostly used in large mercenary groups and organizations. Spirit Generals with commanding power over 50 were extremely expensive, and ordinary organizations would find it hard to afford them. Furthermore, Spirit Generals usually had limited intelligence, although they had commanding power, but compared to humans, they were not nimble enough. They could be used in small groups, but rarely used in large groups. It was the first time the brown-haired young man saw his senior brother so flustered. He could not imagine that his senior brother would actually have such an expression. The so-called military general was a martial artist that could guide and converge the attacks of more than 10 people. There were many elders in Onyx Soul, and even though they were all elders, their positions were as different as heaven and earth. The more they contributed to Onyx Soul, the higher their position would be, and the more power they would have, and the more wealth they would have. Seeing the 3 of them rushing towards him, Tang Yi was expressionless, and once again raised the Zanbato in his hand. This is black flames. Qiu Zhijun's expression changed, his voice trembling slightly. Inside his body, it was as though something had suddenly exploded, and rushed straight to his brain. Tang Tian's body trembled, his pupils losing focus, the blue in his left eye quickly became clean, and a bit of red surged out from the depths of his pupil, and quickly filled his entire eye. Like a demon god. Which ecliptic palace constellation could produce black flames? Thinking about it, he jumped in fright. Tang Yi's judgment of their attack route was extremely accurate, and it felt as though they were rushing forward. If they wanted to win, then they had to take a different path. Leading 50 people, to him, was extremely easy. Chapter 310. Bang! Amethyst's transparent crystal body lit up with a transparent light aura, and entered the long whip in her hands. She raised her hand and threw out the long snake whip. When the long snake whip left her hands, it transformed into a 10 long gigantic snake, opening its bloody mouth, pouncing towards Bing. Bang! Old Foam's expression turned cold, the skin on his entire body quickly became pitch black, between his arms and body, there was a layer of mist, like a membrane, and his eyes became extremely bright. Ancient bat race blood meridians. The short bow in his hands, lit up with a dazzling silver light, the extreme earth-grade silver treasure, Draco constellations, Draco short bow. Bing's expression was calm, sitting upright on the horse's back, he did not move an inch, he only gently raised his right forearm, as though he was greeting. The 3 of them were extremely well coordinated, Amethyst and Old Fong acted at the same time. But when their gazes landed on the cannon fodder army, they were stunned to realize that in front of them was actually the spirit general who was standing at the front of the formation. A light murmur, like the wind, dissipated in the air. When Old Fong and the other two saw Bing appearing in front of them again, they knew they were already at a disadvantage. Without any hesitation, the three of them exploded at the same time. "Hey, everyone, I'm here." Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. But they never thought they were actually unable to get close. The entire process was not slow at all, it was as smooth as flowing water. Separate. Their movements were so neat, as though they were measured by a ruler. That was Bing's true goal. After using the awakening medicine, the ancient Lupu's race blood meridians in their bodies were activated, and they were able to sense each other. But this sense was very vague, and could not exceed 3 people. That was why Bing chose the umbrella formation tactic. Every Lupu's martial artist, one at the front and one at the back, could sense each other. This sense could greatly increase their tacit understanding. The fan-shaped formation split open from the middle, like a paper fan tearing open. Bing's position was at the fan bone nail. He turned and advanced towards Tang Yi, and at the same time, the 2 parts that were split closed in opposite directions. When the army station was in position, the troops once again formed the fan shape. The situation on the battlefield once again changed. Amethyst and Old Fong's face finally changed. They were extremely confident of Manju's frontal assault. Manju's frontal assault had always been their team's best weapon. In order to quickly end the battle, they used this crude and simple method. Whether it was the arrow that was emitting faint black smoke, the giant snake that was more than 10 meters long with its bloody mouth wide open, or Manju that was shaped like a violent bear, all of them seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. However, just as the 3 of them separated and were about to launch a new wave of attacks, Tang Yi's troops suddenly turned around and madly galloped away from the battlefield. The scene in front of him was as though the 3 of them were cooperating with the army to perform. The entire process did not have the slightest delay. Of course, they knew that it was impossible for 3 of the 6 guards to cooperate, so there was only one possibility. The 3's attack methods were accurately predicted by the opponent. They waved the scimitars in their hands in unison. Manju fiercely slapped his chest, roared towards the sky, and rushed towards Bing. When his mountain-like body ran, the ground shook and the mountains shook. It was a frightening sight. At this moment, his defense had suddenly increased by a whole 5-fold, making it difficult for swords and sabers to injure him. 10 dazzling and powerful blade auras gathered in front of his palms and turned into a dazzling ball of light. The palm that was grabbing the ball of light suddenly opened up. The 3 of them did not have time to react, and were engulfed by the surging light auras. The 150 blade auras were highly compressed, and were continuously shattered by Bing, forming tens of thousands of blade auras that were as fine as sand but were highly compressed. The moment they exploded, the light auras were indescribable. What a pity! An astonishing formless energy with the ball of light as the center, suddenly dispersed in all directions. The Southern Cross Army's requirements for a staff sergeant: command 50 men, outstanding individual strength, able to grasp all the fundamental tactics, able to understand and execute the orders given by the higher-ups, able to make reasonable judgments on the battlefield. So his intelligence was close to that of a demon? The martial artists that were arranged in a fan formation behind him, as though they were being pulled by an invisible hand, roared in unison. Kill! Manju roared, countless of black hair appeared on his body, and his originally tall and sturdy body once again expanded. A ruthless and savage chi soared into the sky. On his chest, there was a crescent moon-shaped white scar. Polar ground rank silver blood, Ursa Major constellation, violent bear remnant blood. But the feeling of being able to fight was actually pretty good. The whip shadow and feather arrows entered the troops, and 3 screams sounded out. 3 martial artists that were separated from the troops were injured, but the rest were safe and sound. One of them was grazed by the whip shadow, and immediately flew out from the back of his horse. The other 2 swayed on their horses, and 2 more bloody holes appeared on their bodies, but luckily it was not fatal, and the other 2 arrows landed in the empty space of the troops. This deduction caused countless of people to suck in cold air. He extended his right hand, and suddenly grabbed at the empty space in front of him. If they were well trained, they would be able to dodge this wave of attacks. The casualties did not cause Tang Yi's state of mind to not have any ripples. The zanbato in his hand had already been brandished. What a powerful spirit military leader! Fatty Li was dumbstruck, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Oh my God! There's actually such a powerful spirit military leader in this world. How much is that? Tang Yi was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, and these few requirements were perfect. Even in the era of the Southern Cross Army, the number of military leaders that had the title of gold-ranked staff sergeant could be counted with one's fingers. Tang Yi's blade aura was the first to slash onto the gigantic shield. Man Zhu, who was rushing forward, suddenly became sluggish. Following that, like rain falling on a banana leaf, the blade auras behind him all struck the gigantic shield. Like the three of them, the countless of important figures and military leaders in front of the light screen were in disbelief. They had just seen a strange scene. From the moment the three of them had circled to the back of the formation, the entire formation had already started to change. Bing's poker face revealed a sincere smile. The three of them unleashed their full power. Even through the light screen, the terrifying aura caused the spectators' faces to change. Wait a minute, why is he at the back of the formation? Manju roared. A 3m tall gigantic shield appeared in his hands. All the muscles on his body tensed up. Like a raging bull, he rushed forward with the gigantic shield. Amethyst and Old Feng followed closely behind. Their faces were filled with anxiety. They had never experienced such a scene before. How is that possible? The gigantic shield blocked the vision of Man Zhu and the other two. The 50 blade auras, like a flock of birds returning to their nest, all entered Tang Yi's blade aura. This sudden change caused the three of them to be startled, but they were immediately overjoyed. It meant that the enemy's main force was exposed in front of them. He was not the only one who was stunned. Almost all the people who were paying attention to the cannon fodder army were stunned. The umbrella formation tactic greatly simplified the coordination between the soldiers, but on the contrary, it had a high requirement for the military leader. The military leader who was at the front of the formation, all of his attacks would converge there. And after going through layers of transmission and strengthening of the blade auras, when they reached the military leader's level, they would already be relatively strong, and Bing needed to control 10 such blade auras at the same time. The difficulty could be imagined. If that was true, then it was too scary. Only by doing that could they unleash such orderly blade auras. The sound of the light ball exploding, to the three of them, was akin to thunder. Amethyst and Old Feng's face changed. Manju's strength was not much weaker than Meng Wei. It was just that his agility and speed was lacking, but to charge like that, he had never failed before. The dazzling conical-shaped light sand current spewed out from Bing's palm. In such a short time, the enemy's formation had actually finished adjusting. Bing was suddenly in a daze. The rhombus crystal on Amethyst's forehead exploded, her skin starting to become transparent, as though it was carved out of amethyst. Her blood meridians were even more unorthodox. It was the crystal mineral race's blood meridians. This race was not considered to be a fighting race. Their traces of existence could be traced back to ancient times. The long whip in her hand was an equatorial palace hall-grade silver treasure, Hydra constellations, Hydra whip. Manju felt as though he was electrocuted, his body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. Following that, 50 blade auras were released at the same time. Like a school of fish, they pounced towards the three of them. The blade auras were like silk, suddenly arriving. Old Feng's expression was solemn. The heavenly dragon short bow in his hand released a blazing silver light. The black mist in his hand transformed into an arrow. The target Bing, he shot the arrow. The black smoke disappeared. His finishing technique, heavenly dragon black bat arrow. The astonishing power caused Manju, who was rushing forward, to be pinned to the ground like a nail, and the huge shield in his hand was split into two, broken into two. Both of his palms were covered in blood. The light aura in Bing's eyes became stronger and stronger, as bright as the stars. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments. One day, he would be able to lead the new Southern Cross Army, and compete with the current generation of famous general. Old Feng roared, and the three figures separated. Since they could not charge head-on, then they could only split up, and let the opponent attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Old Feng's heart was filled with regret. The attack strategy was wrong, and the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. They obviously needed to fight, but Tang Yi did not pull the distance between them, and instead when Manju retreated, he suddenly took 2 steps forward. Tang Yi led the entire team, and without thinking, the other Lupu's martial artists also took 2 steps forward, and the entire team took 2 steps forward. The exploding blade auras fiercely slashed onto the huge shield. The long whip in Amethyst's hand trembled, and a purple whip image like a purple snake pounced towards Tang Yi's team. Old Feng's hand had an additional short bow, his right hand holding onto 4 feathered arrows. Without looking, he narked the bow and shot. The 4 arrow images suddenly separated in the air and pounced towards the crowd. When they saw clearly, the 150-man team actually maintained the weird formation. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In the end, he had brought an army onto the battlefield. How long has it been since I last brought an army onto the battlefield? His memory was a little hazy. He laughed at himself. Perhaps to him, the battlefield was his true home. Manju just happened to roar. He forcefully twisted his body and suddenly rushed forward. Chapter 3:11. Just at that moment, Old Feng fell down at the same time, his chi extinguished. And the amethyst that was covered in cracks all over, shattered into pieces. A cold blade aura appeared in front of him without any warning. Sima Xiao's gaze landed on the 2 spirit generals of the army. The reason why they could achieve such a result was all because of the 2 spirit military leaders. Previously, the intelligence only had the spirit military leader wielding the Zanbato. Sima Xiao had never thought that Tang Tian would actually have another trump card. He was extremely curious about Tang Tian's blood meridians. Until now, he did not understand why the bronze plate was in Tang Tian's hands. The bronze plate came from Tang Tian's father, but what relationship did Tang Tian's father have with the army? In her entire fighting career, she had only used blood meridian's ignition once. Unless. But at that moment, it was enough. An indifferent and somber voice suddenly exploded in his ears. The strange situation caused Meng Wei to have a bad premonition. Tilda, all right, if this is considered an army. Tilda Bing, who was on horseback, did not feel happy at all. Such a victory, to him, was not worth boasting about. The only thing that was different was that it had some commemorative meaning. Tilda, my first battle leading an army. Tilda, and when Bing moved, Tang Yi had already led his troops to return. Tilda, something's wrong. Tilda, every detail, every reaction, all fell into the enemy's trap. One after another, the 3 of them did not die unjustly. Even Sima Xiao, who was an ambitious and ruthless person, felt a chill in his heart. If he was in the position of the 3 of them, he would not be able to do better. At that time, the subordinates behind him could no longer be counted on. The amateurs would definitely not be able to unleash a second blade, and that was the time for the military leader to display his bravery. That was also why low-level military leaders had such a high requirement for their individual strength. In a battlefield, outstanding individual strength was the best weapon to break the stalemate. The void was like a sheath. A sword flowing with black flames was slowly pulled out by Tang Tian's palm. This was no longer just being intelligent, it was a top-grade spirit military leader with demonic intelligence. Sima Xiao believed that tonight, there would definitely be many people who would not be able to sleep. The man enveloped in black flames in the sky had a completely different aura. Sima Xiao could no longer laugh, he stared at the screen with a gloomy expression. Of course, he could tell that this so-called army was truly a cannon fodder army. They did not even have basic training. But it was this cannon fodder army that was so powerful. Counting them, there were 4 Heaven Road list martial artists that died in their hands, and 1 was heavily injured. 3 people, completely annihilated. Incomparable power suddenly erupted from his body. Manju felt his entire body was filled with power. All the hair on his body began to emit a silver light. Manju was ecstatic. The heavens did not want me to die. I actually broke through at such a crucial time. Tang Yi stopped his charge, turned his horse around and urged it to move slowly. The blade aura instantly touched Manju's arm, and the silver light aura on his hair soared. The sound of metal being cut and Manju's pitiful scream could be heard. If it was the Southern Cross Army, Such a terrible performance would be enough to make the officers of the troops feel ashamed to death, and it would be enough for the entire troop to be locked up. This was the second time. The mellow and abundant power of the constellation entered the sword body, and the blood meridians in her body resonated with it. This sword, she even felt that she could slash apart the sky. The sword in Meng Wei's hand lit up with a misty light aura, and the power of the constellation from Cetus constellation continuously flowed into it. Blood meridians summon was extremely harmful to martial artists. Normally, unless it was a life and death situation, martial artists would not use it. But Meng Wei's situation was extremely special. She could activate the blood meridian summon, but would not be injured. But she only had one chance a year. The light aura and might of the light gravel torrent, not only did it intimidate the others, even the martial artists under Tang Yi were greatly affected. This resulted in only 35 people being able to release the curved blades in their hands, and only 20 of them remembered Tang Yi's instructions, and used all their strength to release the curved blades. Tang Yi retreated out of the battlefield and changed his direction. Bing congealed the light regiment, and purposely paused, just to give Tang Yi time. The intense pain caused Man Zhu to scream out like a wild beast, but a strange scene appeared. The blood that was spewing out stopped automatically in a short period of time, and the wounds started to slowly heal. The blade aura that Tang Yi released trembled silently, and 30 over blade auras were attracted by a magnet and entered it. Old Feng's eyes were filled with fear. From head to toe, there was not an inch of his body that was intact. The countless of densely packed blood holes were like a beehive. It was extremely terrifying. He stood there, not moving an inch, like a statue. Meng Wei was extremely familiar with this action. What realm of control aura is this? Amethyst's transparent crystal body, Ka, a light sound came out, and a crack appeared on her forehead, following that. The Ka sounds continued to sound out, and in the blink of an eye, her lifeless face and body was covered with countless of spider web-like cracks. Bing's gaze, unknowingly, landed on Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames in the sky. Tang Yi was expressionless, leaning forward on the horse's back. The zanbato in his hands was as light as a feather. Tang Tian's right arm stretched out perfectly straight, his palm gently grasping the air. A burst of black flames flowed into his palm, transforming into a sword hilt, which was grasped by his hand. In the eyes of others, these blade auras entered Tang Yi's blade aura, but in truth, they stuck close to Tang Yi's blade aura, forming a group of blades with a small distance between them, vibrating at an extremely high frequency. The blade aura was as thin as a cicada's wing. When Bing was overwhelmed with shock, Tang Tian, who was in the sky, made a move. Bing and Tang Tian had been together for a long time. Adding on the fact that he had supervised Tang Tian's training, he was extremely familiar with Tang Tian's qi. When Tang Tian used the King Peacock Eyes previously, although his aura changed, but his qi did not change. 22 blade auras accurately pierced into the wound on Man Zhu's arm, without a single mistake. What a pity. If the team was well trained, one blade would have been enough. At this moment, Man Zhu's throat was spewing out blood, and he fell to the ground. All of his hopes were placed on Meng Wei. As long as Meng Wei could win, then there would be a chance to turn the tables. On the horse's back, Tang Yi held his blade horizontally, indifferent and austere, showing his might. I want to kill you. All of you, go and die. Blood meridians summon. Tang Yi was like a gust of wind, sweeping past Man Zhu. Tu Ru Hai's face changed again. He never thought that the battle would actually end up in such a situation. He felt that Meng Wei, who had victory in her grasp, had fallen into a bitter battle, and the three of them could easily deal with a cannon fodder army, but in the end, the three of them were killed in an instant. What was even more amazing was the incomparably precise battle plan. The entire battle, from start to finish, was completely in the hands of the two spirit military leaders. That was the scariest part. Spirit military leaders with high command were not scary. Spirit military leaders with exquisite control auras were not scary. What was scary was the intelligent spirit military leaders. He had long known that Tang Tian's blood meridians were not normal. At the weak point fighting grounds, when Tang Tian absorbed the dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians, the absorption process was completely different from other people. Man Zhu used his arms to protect his face, His entire body was covered with wounds, blood dripping everywhere, but the savage bear's remnant blood gave him an extremely tenacious life force, and with his astonishing defense, it allowed him to survive the torrent of light gravel. The injuries on his body looked scary, but in truth, they were all superficial wounds. The power of the constellation on the sword blade seemed to have sensed danger, and started to buzz. The power of the constellation was actually pouring in endlessly, as though even the Cetus constellation in the sky had sensed the danger. Meng Wei's eyes constricted. Other than Tang Tian in front of her. The blade aura pierced into Manju's arm, causing blood to spurt out. That comical poker face was indescribably funny, but when they thought of that amazing performance just now, no one laughed. It was the first time Sima Xiao had seen a military leader who was able to fight like an artist. From the results, it was definitely not a cannon fodder army. The light gravel torrent that suddenly lit up, snatching away all of the light auras on the battlefield. Tang Yi's control aura was far from Bing's, but his Grandmaster grade blade technique, in such a small area of control aura, was able to unleash an astonishing might. The intense sense of danger caused Manju's entire body to tremble. In a moment of desperation, the blood in his body suddenly boiled, a faint Ursa Major constellation appeared in the sky, and a brown light aura shot down from the sky. His gaze, once again landed on Meng Wei. Kill. When the light aura dissipated, the three figures appeared in front of everyone. Sima Xiao glanced at his senior brother, and was startled. His senior brother's gaze was fixated on Tang Tian, who was covered in black flames. If this army was a little more trained. Just at that moment, Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames, suddenly lowered his left arm. He also had military leaders under him, but in comparison, their standards were higher and lower. So when the light aura dissipated, Tang Yi had already killed his way to Manju's side. The timing of his blade could be said to be flawless. But, even after so much training, the result of the blade was still far from Tang Yi's expectations. Bing's pupils dilated. The figure in the sky that was enveloped in black flames gave him an extremely unfamiliar chi. Meng Wei's face changed, her heart suddenly jumped. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, instantly filled with shock. All the clues to the mystery could be found from Tang Tian's blood meridians. Meng Wei. That was the movement of a sword being unsheathed. Manju was completely enraged, the chi on his body became even more tyrannical. He used both his arms to protect his face, and roared as he pounced towards Bing. Countless of people in front of the screen suddenly stood up, their faces overwhelmed with shock. They were so shocked by the scene in front of them that their minds went blank. And all the military leaders looked at the figure in the screen in disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost. Grandmaster grade blade technique allowed him to unleash 22 blades in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Wait a minute. As long as he could kill his way to that damned spirit general, he could crush him like an ant. Black flames. The hand that was holding onto the black flame sword slowly moved forward. What exactly is going on? On Manju's back, a sinister and ferocious brown bear tattoo appeared. Kai. Behind him, two arms flew into the sky. Manju's expression was filled with fear, but he could not make any sound, as a line of blood appeared on his throat. Chapter 312. The sand dune 20 li away, instantly crumbled, and countless figures flew out from the sand. Crane's reaction was extremely fast. Upon hearing Tang Tian's roar, Crane's face changed, and without hesitation, he abandoned his opponent and flew out. Crane, who was in the air, was like a big black crane. The wave of chi rushed in front of him, his expression congealed, his arms extended, his body relaxed, and when the wave of chi reached his body, his heart trembled, and everything in his field of vision was swept away at an astonishing speed. Meng Wei laughed bitterly, her gaze landed on Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames, stood there with his sword. His chi had become completely different, berserk and cold. End the battle quickly, even the blood meridian's summoning has no chance of winning. This fellow. Ling Shu's eyes squinted. Single Blade, who was in front of him, suddenly looked like he was being stared at by a wild beast, his expression congealing. Hey, uncle, where is this? Tang Tian shouted anxiously. Although he did not know why, the opponent's attack made him feel that the pointed sea spears were of the same origin. but Ling Shu could clearly judge that the pointed sea spears were superior. Meng Wei's blood meridian's completion rate was extremely high, and her communication with Cetus constellation was much easier than any other martial artist. Single Blade had used his old strength for a long time, and before he could generate new strength, he was struck and flew over 10 m away, landing heavily in the sand, and did not move. Making a prompt decision, Meng Wei's eyes lit up, and was about to make a move. When Tang Tian's body released the black flames, the star power of Cetus constellation increased, as though it wanted to suppress the black flames on Tang Tian's body. But when Tang Tian pulled out the sword from the void, the star power of Cetus constellation quickly decreased, as though it felt that it could not win. The sword was about the width of a palm, but was 2.5 m long, longer than Tang Tian's height. The sword body was perfectly straight, without a guard, and the dense black flames flowed along the sword body. Meng Wei's sword was trembling, the blood in her body almost congealing. A ring-shaped ripple that could be seen with the naked eye, with Tang Tian as the center, spread out. His gaze slowly swept across the entire field. The eyes in the black flames were fiery red, but incomparably cold. This guy, just where did he come from? Boom. Bing, Ling Shu and Crane, all of their past memories, he remembered them all, but they were like distant matters, and were unable to cause any ripples in his heart. His heart, as if he had experienced countless life and death situations, had a heart of stone. Bang! However, last time, it was clearly only his fist that emitted flames. How could it be like this time? Constellation blood meridians were formed and evolved under the long-term immersion of the constellation power. This also allowed the blood meridians to communicate with the constellation. The bloodline summoning was like the burning of a secret treasure's martial spirit. The difference was that the burning of the secret treasure's martial spirit would cause the secret treasure to dissipate. As for the bloodline summon, it would also cause great damage. However, if one could endure it, there was a chance that it would allow one to undergo a transformation. But at the same time, she was even more sensitive to the changes in the constellation's power. Ever since Old Man Fei saw that his blood could produce black flames, Tang Tian had a bold idea. How good would it be if he could make use of this black flame? That black flame could even burn treasures. If he could use it in battle, wouldn't that be a huge gain for him? In the end, he really found a way, and that was his red eye. The power of the Saint Sword is not something he can control at the moment. The bestowal of a Sword Saint is the strongest tempering in the world. Even if it is an ordinary iron sword, once it becomes a Saint Sword, it will become extremely strong. Qiu Jun's eyes revealed a look of yearning. Tang Tian was startled. How long had it been since he last touched a sword? The last time he touched a sword was when he was training the fundamental sword techniques in the academy. Suddenly, countless of information surged in like a tide. Sima Xiao was dumbstruck. He had never heard of this sword saint before, but he knew that his senior brother would definitely not make a mistake in this aspect. The airwave that was like a wall blasted out a hole, the berserk airflow wreaked havoc, the entire team, in a moment, was swaying left and right, but there were no casualties. This fellow. Who exactly is he? The berserk power flowed through the spear body, Ling Shu's entire body tensed up, all of his true power frantically revolving. With a roar, the spear aura increased explosively. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, landed on the ground. He held onto his sword and knelt on the ground, as though he was in extreme pain. No one knew how many sword saints were produced in Heaven's Road, but every single sword saint was the strongest person at that time. To existences with long histories like the 12 Palaces, they might not be surprised, as their history was too long, and they had produced many Saint Galaxy domains. But to the Clan Union, a new organization with only a few decades of history, sword saints were like legends and legends. Meng Wei was the first to bear the brunt. She only felt as though she was struck by a wild beast. She groaned, her entire body flew over 30 m away, before stopping herself. At the corner of her mouth, a trace of blood flowed down, her gaze filled with shock. Tang Yi was the first to react. He suddenly waved his blade, and around 70 to 80 people reacted, waving their blade auras. Bing's expression was solemn, both hands lightly flicking. The blade auras merged into one, and slashed towards the airwave. Bing's expression changed. He bellowed, "Blade! Impossible!" Wu Wanghai has never married in his entire life, and, 1,500 years ago, is too far away. Qiu Zhijun shook his head. He moved as though he was riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already half a mile away, his face filled with shock. Tang Tian felt an intense pain in his head. It was a heart-piercing pain, and he subconsciously wanted to hug his head. The figure in front of him acted as though he did not hear anything, but from the corner of Tang Tian's eyes, he suddenly realized that he was holding onto a weird sword. He was still holding onto the sword tightly, his entire body trembling. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who was in the black flames in front of him, curled up into a ball. Crane calmed himself down and turned to look at the army chief with a cold gaze. Seems like, I need to quickly get rid of the person in front of me. He expressionlessly raised the sword in his hand. Bing, who was crawling out from the sand, looked at Tang Tian in a daze. Like a wild beast's roar, it was like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire desert. Accompanying the roar was a wave of cold and ruthless air that swept across like a hurricane. Don't tell me Tang Tian is Wu Wanghai's descendant. Sima Xiao was suspicious. Hold on to the sword tightly. Ling Shu also noticed the change in Tang Tian, and was equally surprised. The figure in the sky that was enveloped by the black flames was cold and ruthless. Ling Shu's first reaction was not Tang Tian. He was simple-minded and trusted his own intuition. Tang Tian was usually bright and foolish, and would never be cold and ruthless. Saint sword? Sima Xiao stuttered. He thought he had heard wrongly. It was not the calmness of the king peacock eyes, but a condescending indifference. In Tang Tian's heart, there was not a single ripple. He looked around indifferently. In his mind, there were countless of sword techniques, as though they had existed since the beginning. Ling Shu's attention had always been on Tang Tian, and when Tang Tian roared, his face changed. He did not care about the single blade in front of him, and turned his spear tip, the pointed sea spear protecting him. Suddenly, a voice came out. Then why is he able to pull out the sword? Sima Xiao asked. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being flung out. Tang Tian did not lose consciousness, but his consciousness was in an extremely strange state. It was as though he was in a chaotic void, surrounded by endless black flames, a blurred-back figure, not far away. The sword in his hand was actually a saint sword. Enemy. Crane raised his head and glanced at Tang Tian in the sky, a trace of worry rising in his heart. The way Tang Tian was holding the sword was definitely not a novice. And Crane was very clear, Tang Tian's sword techniques were very shallow, and Tang Tian's current qi was too foreign. Sword. Qiu Zhijun shook his head. Impossible. This sword is sealed in the void. That's right, I should have known. The black flames were the void dark flames. Without reaching the saint domain, it is impossible to break through the void. Who am I? Ocean prison. Qiu Zhijun's voice was trembling. Saint sword ocean prison. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head and stood up. Something must have happened. What a pity. Sima Xiao was filled with regret. If he could obtain a saint sword, his prestige in the clan union would be unparalleled. He then said with envy, just a projection of the dark flames, and yet it is so glorious, truly powerful. But it was still unable to withstand the terrifying wave of qi. Flamingo slid on the sand, and retreated over 30 m before stopping. The qi that the black flame sword emitted proved how powerful it was. The figure in front of Tang Tian released a hoarse and unpleasant weird laugh, and gradually disappeared. The martial artists who were watching the battle from the sand dune 20 li away only saw a ripple, like a wave rising from the sea. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian, who was in front of her, not moving at all, like a puppet. Could it be that he had some adverse reaction? Meng Wei's mind was moved. It was not strange, for many powerful star treasures, when recognizing their master, the martial artist's power would usually be greatly weakened. Tang Tian lowered his head, looking at his own hand, and the sword in his hand. Qiu Zhijun gradually calmed down, his eyes staring intently at the sword. About 1,500 years ago, there was a sword saint with a weird temper, called Wu Wanghai. It is said that when he was young, he accidentally gained enlightenment on a sword technique that could break through space, but he did not succeed in being bestowed as a saint. This person's character was weird, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, and was once chased by 6 saints, but he managed to escape every time. After being chased for 20 years, he was bestowed as a saint, and stepped into the saint domain. His sword was called Ocean Prison. There were rumors saying that before he died, he threw Ocean Prison into the void. Who knew? The sword in his hand is not a real body, but a projection. Qiu Jun said, his body should have sealed some of Ocean Prison's dark flames. All these dark flames are able to resonate with the Ocean Prison sealed in the void, and borrow its power. Can we snatch it? Suddenly, a fierce look flashed past Sima Xiao's eyes. Previously, he sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, planning to fish in troubled waters, but the appearance of the saint's sword was enough to change his mind. It was as though he was a different person. His gaze landed on Meng Wei. Sword Saint. I'll risk it all. Tang Tian did not care about anything else. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, the pain swallowing him up like a tide. Meng Wei was not sure, but she knew it was her only chance. Crane's opponent had his back facing Tang Tian, and when Crane suddenly flew away, he was startled and his face changed, but it was already too late. He could only forcefully move his energy to his back, and a burst of ferocious energy fiercely struck his back. Here he, as expected of his son. Chapter 313. The grief-stricken Meng Wei, suddenly seeing Tang Tian, was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. She begged in panic, "Mister, save it. Ordinary metal nameless, 100 battles soul, burning white whale blood, sacrifice for your life." This type of star treasure was unable to borrow the power of the constellation, but it had other uses, and they were not part of the constellation system, thus they were called constellation dark treasures. Tang Tian's indifferent voice sounded out, Ocean Prison in his hand, pointed straight at Meng Wei. A man that even Cetus constellation feared. He definitely has the ability to save it. Definitely. Tang Tian was expressionless. Ocean Prison that was hanging down, slashed out. Crane was dumbstruck. The impact of having a legend appear in front of him caused him to be startled. But when he saw Tang Tian, who was in the air covered in black flames, without any intention of dodging, his face suddenly changed. Meng Wei's eyes had a trace of gentleness. Ordinary metal soul, your life is about to begin. In the future, you will definitely be famous, and/or the world. Ocean Prison in his hand suddenly released 2 rays of black flame sword auras. This asshole, don't tell me he really wants to help me block it. The dense lightning flowed along the light pillar, converging into a layer of lightning net. The white whale blood meridians in Meng Wei's body was extremely special. The white whale blood meridians were just a branch of Cetus constellation, but the blood meridians in her body was actually 90% complete. I don't know. Qiu Jun shook his head, his eyes filled with respect. I only wish for you to be safe. An explosive sound came out from her body, causing her body to tremble, her always cold face, frowning, as though she was enduring the extreme pain. Can he succeed? Sima Xiao was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked. Meng Wei's legs started to disappear. The change in the sky caused her face to change. Facing such power, anyone would have been so scared that their legs would have gone soft, but for Tang Tian. Bang! As long as it was able to withstand the backlash from Cetus constellation, it would become a brand new star treasure. Asshole! You're dead. Crane subconsciously waved the crane sword in his hand, and a burst of astonishing power came from the sword blade, causing his body to fly out. His reaction was extremely fast. He could feel that although this power was astonishing, it had no intention of harming him. Thus, he flew back along with this power. Her hand trembled as she felt the sorrow of the long sword in her hand. This long sword was not a secret artifact. Aside from its hardness, it had no other advantages. It was just a training sword, not sharpened, just hard. She had brought it along, and had experienced many cruel eliminations in Onyx Soul. She had never changed her sword. It followed her and was the source of her courage. Every time she panicked, she would feel at peace with this sword in her hand. Cetus constellation wanted to destroy the sword. Thou, have a good life. Listening to the young girl's murmur, Tang Tian's cold expression didn't change in the slightest, but for some reason, a ripple appeared in his heart. Meng Wei held her sword with both hands, raised it vertically in front of her, and closed her eyes. Her entire body lit up with a white light aura. The Cetus constellation that had just disappeared appeared once again, casting down a gentle white light pillar, the white light aura continuously pouring into the sword in her hand. She suddenly raised her head. It is called safe and sound. Meng Wei's vision was completely covered by the black flames, and she had nowhere to hide. The sword body suddenly released a white light aura, enveloping Meng Wei. The white light and black flames clashed, and immediately became unstable. The sky trembled intensely. The black flames exploded, and his chi, once again increased explosively. Second blood meridians summoning. Tang Tian kept ocean prison in his hand, and the sky full of black flames disappeared. He looked at Meng Wei, who was in front of him. The white light aura flowed along the sword body, and quickly flowed. The white patterns could be seen with the naked eye growing along the potholes on the sword body. Tang Tian, who had an indifferent expression, suddenly opened his mouth, and said softly, "Sword name." The dark clouds in the sky were pitch black, and only Cetus constellation was extremely bright. Kai Lolo. Tang Tian raised his head, and looked at Cetus constellation in the sky, his eyes filled with hatred. Every star treasure was born from a constellation, and every star treasure of a constellation was a huge and strict system. Artificially created star treasures would receive intense resistance from the corresponding constellation, and that was the constellation's backlash. The sword was refined by Meng Wei using the power of her blood meridians, and thus received the backlash from Cetus constellation. Meng Wei muttered, "Sword name. Sword name." Buzz. Seeing the sword in Tang Tian's hand, slowly rising up, the hairs on Meng Wei's body suddenly stood. The suffocating sense of danger made her want to turn and run. The black sword body was covered with fine and exquisite silver-white patterns, causing the sword to look luxurious and exquisite, without a trace of evil chi. But the potholes on the sword body made it look like it was damaged. Cetus constellation that appeared in the sky suddenly released a bright light aura, and in the blink of the eye, the sky became gloomy, and countless of clouds gathered from all directions. But the power of the constellation's backlash was extremely terrifying, so in history, constellation dark treasures were extremely rare. Wu Wanghai roared like an injured wild beast. The surrounding dark clouds became even denser, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as though it was the end of the world. "I will die." Pa, a crisp sound exploded in her body, causing her body to tremble. But it was something that could be used. As long as she used the emotions, she could completely release the might of Ocean Prison Sword. And the true body of Ocean Prison Sword in the void, out of hatred, would definitely increase the power of the projection. What a joke! After killing countless people, and drinking blood like a river, the ordinary training sword was slowly gaining a new spirit. "I beg you, save it." Meng Wei, who was begging bitterly, had tears streaming down her face. The surging black flame sword aura was like a pitch-black flaming pillar, soaring into the sky, and clashed with the light pillar of Cetus constellation. The long sword wailed, the sword light swirled, and a ray of light shot straight into Cetus constellation in the sky. Cetus constellation suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura, and the two identical light auras clashed together. "Thou is indestructible." Together with him was Ling Shu. Ling Shu did not know anything about constellation dark treasures, and was completely relying on his intuition. Tang Tian was in danger. The backlash of Cetus constellation would cause it to turn into ashes. The surging black flames spewed out from the sword body, and the black torrent pounced towards Meng Wei. "Hihi, even though I know I am being used, I still hate it." Bang! The sky trembled. No one would have thought that a battle would actually turn into such a result. But the scene in front of them was far more shocking than the battle between the two. It was a battle between a man and the heavens. No. This was the backlash of the constellation. He waved the black flame sea prison in his hand. "Thou shall not be tainted by blood." His gloomy life was finally coming to an end. Tang Tian's body shook, but the corner of his mouth floated into a cold smile. Along with the sword technique, Wu Wanghai's life was also imprinted in his mind. Wu Wanghai had been chaste for 20 years, and was filled with disgust and hatred towards the suppression of the higher level power. The disgust and hatred penetrated deep into his bones. Thou shalt not work without a blade. Crane scolded in his heart. His figure was like lightning, frantically flying towards Tang Tien. Tang Tien lightly spat out 2 words, idiot. The pressure in the sky became more and more intense, and the black clouds became denser and denser. The safe and sound sword in Tang Tien's hand wailed. That was also why she was able to use the blood meridians summon twice. Tang Tien saw 2 figures from the corner of his eyes, his heart stirred, but he spat out 2 words, idiot. Bang! The figure that was surrounded by black flames, for some reason, was filled with a power that intimidated people's hearts. With his own power, in front of the anger of the heavens, he did not retreat at all. The young lady's face was pale white, her voice trembling, but she stubbornly said it word by word. The body of the training sword was already full of bumps and hollows, with cracks everywhere. Although she cherished it, but its quality was still ordinary. After I die, you will definitely be buried. Very few people like training swords. You are so warlike, you will definitely feel unreconciled. A light pillar suddenly fell, different from the gentle light pillar previously. This light pillar was fierce and dangerous. Please don't be sad for me, this is a release. Countless scenes flashed past her eyes, the wandering when she was young, being picked up by the clan elder, the cruel elimination and killing, the frail and weak girl holding onto the blood-stained sword in fear, the silent sobbing in the dead of the night. Is it finally going to end? The sword in her hand suddenly exploded with light aura, but in the blink of the eye, all the light aura was absorbed into the sword. In the dark and boundless void, a figure stood alone, with a hoarse laugh, as expected of his son, to even make use of my hatred, very good. She was extremely experienced in battles, and knew that she had no chance of winning. The white light and black flames splashed, the lightning aura was disorderly, the astonishing chi swept in all directions. In front of the light screen, everyone was silent. Meng Wei, who was in front of Tang Tien, was already close to being transparent. She looked at Tang Tien with gratitude. Thank you. The cold and berserk chi flowed along the ocean prison sword, and continuously entered Tang Tien's body. The indifferent heart was like a transparent glass, without any waves. The sword techniques that were constantly rolling in his mind were familiar yet foreign. Crane and Ling Shu suddenly realized that the black flame sword aura was flying towards them, and quivered. But, sword name? Sword name. The young lady's sincere voice floated in the air. Meng Wei disappeared in the air, not leaving a trace. Ling Shu was not as smart as Crane. He and his bird were like bounced balls, directly flying 300 m away. In the air, Ling Shu scolded loudly, getting further and further away. Too strong. The Tang Tien in front of her was so strong that she could not even think of resisting. Thank you for fighting alongside me. Please accept my last thanks. All of the light screens were trembling, everything became blurry, the intense energy undulation affected the star treasures. The stars of the Cetus constellation lit up one after another. Tang Tien's gaze suddenly became fierce and ruthless, like an enraged wild beast. Pa pa pa. Meng Wei's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. She felt an indescribable sense of relief. Since I'm dead, I don't need to fight anymore. Tang Tien was expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew into his hands. The sword body had 2 words, safe and sound. Tang Tien raised his head, looking at the sky above him. The black flames were raging, his aura was sharp, but he was fearless. Meng Wei panicked. The sword was the only thing she cared about in the world, and her only companion. She wanted to let it live a better life, but she did not expect that it would cause Cetus constellation to retaliate. The black flames were extremely fierce, the white light was in imminent danger. His left hand held onto the safe and sound sword, his right hand lowered ocean prison, and his body slightly squatted down. She held onto the sword tightly, using all her might to calm her breathing and muster up her fighting spirit. She had always thought that her willpower was as strong as steel, but at that moment, it was showing signs of crumbling.